It's Good morning, everybody. The February 19th, 2025 meeting of the City Council is called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. These proceedings are being video recorded and can be viewed live on City of Las Vegas TV on Cox Cable Channel 2. You could also watch the meeting live online and access other city content by visiting lasvegasnevada.gov/connect. The proceedings will be rebroadcast on the City of Las Vegas TV the Wednesday of the meeting at 8 p.m. and also on Friday at 4 a.m., my particularly favorite time, Saturday at 7 p.m., Sunday at 7 a.m., and the following Monday at 5 p.m. This building is protected by a state-of-the-art fire detection and suppression sprinkler system. If alarms should activate during today's meeting, please evacuate using the exits at the back of the chambers out to the mezzanine, proceed out the double doors to the terrace and down the back staircase. For anyone that has difficulty with stairs, please check with a marshal or fire official for assistance. Once outside, assemble on the northeast corner across the street from City Hall at Lewis and First Street. Employees wearing safety vests or our city marshals will inform you when it is safe to re-enter the building. For public comment related to the items on the agenda, citizen participation, and public hearing items, we have available a speaker card which you can complete and submit to the city clerk. Cards are available in the clerk's office or at the rear of the chambers. If you do not submit a card, it does not prevent you from speaking under public comment, citizens' participation, or specified public hearing items. If there is anyone present today that has a need for hearing impaired equipment, please see the city clerk staff. Please note, If you parked in the parking garage across the street, a self-validation machine is located in the foyer between City Council chambers and the security desk you walk through to enter these chambers. You must have your ticket with you to use the machine. If you do not have your ticket, see security personnel when exiting for a validation coupon. Before we proceed with the agenda, please note the council will be entering a closed session at 10 a.m. this morning for approximately 1 hour. We thank you for your patience. We will stop at 10 a.m. on the dot for an hour. Now, would everybody please rise for the invocation given by Pastor Andrew Mason, International Church of Las Vegas, and please remain standing for the pledge. Good morning.
Thank you, Mayor Berkeley. Right here. Thank you, Mayor Berkeley. Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to open our City Council meeting here in prayer. We're grateful to live in a country where we can openly pray for our leaders. And one of the first things the Apostle Paul told his protege, Timothy, was to pray for kings and all those in authority that we may live peaceful and quiet lives in all godliness and holiness. So let's pray. Lord, today we pray for all who serve our local communities. I lift up our mayor, city council members, and all who you have called to lead in Las Vegas. I ask that you strengthen them with wisdom and grace for the heavy burdens they carry. May they manage their teams and projects with love, keep their hearts pure and their eyes turned toward your face as they work in the best interests of the people they are called to serve. I ask for your blessing to be upon the proceedings today, and that in all things you will be glorified. I pray these things in Jesus' name. Amen.
And Pastor, would you like to lead us in the pledge?
Sure. I pledge allegiance
We'll proceed to the ceremonials. Good morning. We would like to start ceremonials today with the swearing in of our new Department 1 judge. Would Matthew Walker please come up to the podium? Stay right there. Congratulations. Joining him is his partner, Haley McPherson. Just come on up when I call your name. Son, Kevin McPherson, stepson, Cooper Crane, mother, Gwyneth Hofeld, and stepfather, Todd Hofeld, father, Jerry Walker, and stepmother, Catherine Brookshire, and his brother, Michael Hofeld. We're very pleased to have all of you here with Matthew today. And at this time, where is Jerry? Okay, I think, Jerry, would you come over on this side? Okay. At this time, I am pleased to administer your oath of office. Jerry, you'll be holding the Bible for Matthew. Judge Walker, would you please raise your right hand? I often get mine confused too. All right. Do you solemnly swear that you will support, protect, and defend the Constitution and the government of the United States and the Constitution and government of the state of Nevada against all enemies, whether domestic or foreign, that you will bear true faith, allegiance, and loyalty to the same, any ordinance, resolution, or law of any state convention or legislature to the contrary notwithstanding, and that you will well and faithfully perform all of the duties of the position in which you are about to enter, so help you God?
I do.
I do. Congratulations. Okay. And I understand that your mom is going to be robing you?
Yes.
All right. Mom, would you do the honors at this time? Congratulations, Judge. Would you care to say a few words?
I would, thank you. And thank you so much, Madam Mayor. And thank you to everyone. There's so many familiar faces out there. It really hits deep just how much support I have and how many people are here to be here for this great day. My dad moved down here in 1988, so that was the first time I'd ever been to Las Vegas. I was pretty little at the time, and the city was pretty little at the time. But it wasn't as little as where I spent the rest of my time, which was in Winter, South Dakota, which was a small town, 3,500 people. During the school year, went to a 2-room schoolhouse. It was going back and forth. I spent the school year in South Dakota. I spent the summers in Las Vegas. And over the years, I got to see a lot of changes. When we first moved here, we lived in North Las Vegas, and I was a huge movie fan. We had to drive all the way to Charleston and Decatur to see movies at the old Red Rock movie theater, which was way across town back then. Over the years coming back, I got to see the changes. I was so excited. The one summer I came back and the Texas station had opened. So finally we could see movies by our house. And then a little bit later, the Santa Fe station opened, and oh my gosh, that was right there. So the future was here. And going back and forth between the two, really punctuated to me how the city was growing and changing, and made me think of my own evolution and how I was growing up, and I needed to figure out what I wanted to do with my life. And so eventually, when I graduated law school, I thought about where I wanted to go, and I decided I wanted to come here. I loved the vibrancy of the city. I loved the opportunity. I loved the action. And that's how I ended up in Las Vegas and started with the city attorney's office. And when I was a new city attorney, we didn't have a lot of tools to do our job. Generally, what we looked at when we were trying to negotiate cases was to figure out how much jail time a case deserved. But it wasn't long after I started at the city that I had a chance to observe our specialty courts. And for those who aren't familiar with specialty courts, they're a targeted form of adjudication that looks at addressing the underlying factors that led people to come into the criminal justice system. Oftentimes those deal with substance use issues, behavioral issues, mental health. And one time I was assigned to the habitual offender court. And as a prosecutor, I saw one of the defendants came in. He'd been referred to be considered for participation. And this guy had been arrested almost 300 times in his life, had a very severe substance use issue, and the 300 times didn't get past Judge Kearns, who was presiding over the Hope Court. And Judge Kearns looked at him and he said, I don't know if you want this program. You've been in jail a long time. We can probably give you credit for time served. If you stay in the program, you're going to be on probation. You're going to have a lot of jail time hanging over your head. And the defendant said, no, I'm ready for change. I really need this. I need help. Judge Kearns goes, he's really frank. He said, you're going to fail. I've seen your history. You're going to fail. You can go get a program on your own. Are you sure you want this program? And the guy said, well, no, I know I can get a program on my own. I've gone down to Salvation Army a bunch of times, but you know what? I run into the crack man on the way there every time. And so Judge Kearns put him in the program, and a year and a half later, again, this gentleman who had been arrested 300 times now had stable housing that he provided for himself. He had a stable job. He'd gotten married. He was a productive member of society, and both society and he were better off. And so that really opened my eyes to the power of municipal court and the things we can do to change people's lives and make the community better. And so it's really been, it drew my attention to how the court and the city attorney's office was growing and evolving on its own over the years. I was at the city attorney's office nearly 17 years. And in that time, I've seen a lot of efforts to bring in new programming, to come up with new alternative sentencing, to get creative in how we're addressing the problems that come into our courts every day. And I'm just so blessed, so grateful to have this opportunity to take over Municipal Court 1 and utilize that power to and apply it to make the community better, and to look at each case on its own basis and apply fairness and integrity to the decisions I've made. And I wouldn't be able to have any of those qualifications if it weren't for everyone that's up here. I owe everything I am to my parents, my dad, Jerry, my mom, Gwen, my stepdad, Todd, my stepmom, Catherine. All four of these people made me who I am, and raised me with a sense of integrity and a sense of fairness, and an appreciation for hard work, an appreciation for personal responsibility. And again, I wouldn't be who I am without them. But I also wouldn't be who I am without my siblings. My brother Michael, my sister Misty, my sister Tricia, my brother Derek. They're all watching on the live stream. They grew up with me and evolved with me and took me down a peg or two when I needed to as a big brother, and pushed me up when I doubted myself. And so I wouldn't be who I am without them as well. And to my partner Haley, who's been so supportive and incredible through the appointment process, the application process, who grilled me mercilessly in mock interviews that I was ready. I love you, and I couldn't have done it without you. And like I said, there are a lot of familiar faces, and I owe all of you a thanks to, all my coworkers from the city attorney's office, and everyone from municipal court. I just started working here, but most of you I've known for almost the whole 17 years that I've been here. And you all have molded me and helped me grow and evolve and become a stronger, more resilient person. Thank you. Thank you all. Sorry, Madam Mayor. Lastly, I wanted to say thank you to you and to, there we go, and to council for your support and for the appointment. And I promise I'll make the most of this opportunity to continue putting forth those values that I was raised with in all the decisions I make on the bench. Thank you. Sorry.
Your Honor, we are very excited for you and happy for you, and I know exactly how you feel about your family, because my family did the same for me, and it's just lovely to hear you speak so glowingly about the people that helped put you here today. So with that, I have your oath of office, which I will present to you now, and if it's all right with everybody, we're going to take some photos. All right. You're very welcome. You need to stay here. You're the man of the hour. Can we, yeah, well, it's what it's going to be.
We're going to have 2 rows of people, so if I can have you all switch up for me. And then we're going to do one just family, and then we'll have council come in. Okay. Thank you. All right, family, we're going to switch it over here. And can I put you right in the middle, sir? Thank you. We're going to swap with the...
Wait, you can't see this on.
And then we'll go in on the side of him, please. Wonderful. All right, we're going to have beautiful smile right here. Ready? And please do one. Please do one. Big smile. Hey, bud. Big smile. Big smile. I like you. Thank you. Oh, great smile. Thanks, bud.
you want to get the council here? Okay, we'll kind of get them cuddly. Say that.
We're going to go right in the center. No, ma'am.
And now we're, oh, okay, I'll give everyone a moment to leave. Oh, my heavens. All right. Continuing with the ceremonial portion of our council agenda, for our next item, I want to invite our Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Affairs Department Director, Maggie Plaster, to join us. Is she? Oh, there she is. All right. Our employees strive to meet our values of being kind, committed, and smart, and they work to build our community to make life better for all of our fellow citizens. I am proud to announce that the Employee of the Month is Gabby Saucedo. Gabby, please join us. There she is. I practiced and I messed it up anyway. Okay. Welcome.
Thank you.
This is quite an honor for all of us. Gabby's is a facility and event coordinator, and she joined the city in 2012. Among her many duties is managing the city's pop-up mobile recreation program. This program brings recreation and activities directly to the community at our parks and other locations. Gabby has been instrumental in creating partnerships with various organizations, including Child Haven, the Salvation Army Summer Camp, and Destination Pueblo Active Adult Assisted Living Facility. These partnerships have enabled the pop-up mobile recreation program to reach a diverse group of individuals, providing recreational and art activities to those that may not otherwise have such opportunities. In particular, her work with Child Haven is especially impactful. By offering recreational activities, Gabby provides these children with much-needed distraction from their current circumstances, helping them to find joy and a temporary escape from their challenges. Gabby, thank you so much for all of your hard work and for helping those in need in our community. Your caring efforts are a great example to all of us of what we could and should be doing as citizens of this great city. And before we hear from Gabby, I want to give Maggie a chance to say a few words. Maggie, would you like to say a few words?
Thank you.
There you go.
Thank you so much, Madam Mayor. So one of the most rewarding parts about being a department director is celebrating the success of our team members in Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Affairs. So thank you, Gabby, for giving us a reason to celebrate. She joined the city in May 15th, 2012 as a customer service representative, and over the next decade, her commitment and talent propelled her through the ranks. She was promoted to recreation leader in 2022, then senior rec leader in 2023, and then a facility and event coordinator just last year. So earning 3 promotions in 3 years speaks volumes about her exceptional work ethic, her emotional intelligence, and her leadership. So let me tell you a little bit about how Gabby embodies our city's core values of kind, committed, and smart. Kindness. She treats everyone with respect, is always ready to lend a hand, and just ask our special events team. They know firsthand how dedicated she is to helping others. Commitment. As a customer service representative, she was the face of our department for over a decade, delivering exceptional service to our community. And finally, SMART. Our SMART value is essentially about showing good judgment. Gabby elevated the pop-up rec program by building partnerships that expanded access to recreational opportunities. And that's what we really want to do in Parks and Recreation, is we want to make sure that all of our services are inclusive to all members of our community. We're especially impressed with the partnership that she has with Child Haven. It's a new partnership, and it gives these children who are housed there something to look forward to. So Gabby, thank you for your hard work, your passion for recreational programming. You make a difference in our department and in the lives of the people we serve every single day. Thank you.
Thank you, Maggie, and thank you, Madam Mayor. Make this short and sweet. You know, for the last 10 years, everything's been great. I love my job. Honestly, I just want to make great memories for anybody that I come involved with in the community. So really, it's not much that I'm doing, just creating memories. So I just want to thank everybody that I've worked with, all the teams, special events team, everybody in recreation. Everything that I've learned has been from great leadership. So really, it's not so much credit for me, but everybody else that I've worked with along these last 10 years. So really, I got to give credit to everybody that I've come along with. So thank you.
All right. Well, I think we should, oh, yes. Please, feel free.
Thank you.
You know what? Can we do it out there so we can get a good picture of it? You want to hand it to her again?
I gotta watch the fingerprints.
Okay.
All right.
Are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay, are you ready? Okay, 3, 2.
Awesome. Thank you. Appreciate it.
You're very well. Oh, wait, we're going to take some pictures.
Congratulations.
You're in the middle. Yes, you're the star of the show today. Mayor? No, please.
Thank you. Oh, very,
Congratulations.
very proud.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it.
For today's final ceremonial item, I get to recognize a very longtime friend and community partner who loves this city. Please help me welcome William McCurdy Sr. to the podium.
Shelley Berkeley for mayor.
I got the job already. I got the job. Right. Okay, come a little closer. Okay. I've known Billy McCurdy for more years than I can count. We went to high school together. So I've been knowing Billy since we were about 14 years old. We have so many long ties and family connections that I can't even begin to go into them now. But please know how much we have known each other, how long we have known each other, and how much I appreciate everything that he has done. He is a person who is always ready to help our community and identify areas where government can do better. Billy is an entrepreneur and owner of McCurdy and McCurdy Media Group, a political consulting and advertising firm. He has been a fixture in the community as a pastor at churches since 1978. He graduated from Valley High School and attended Western Nevada College in Carson City. He has been an influencer, a consultant, and has had an impact on many campaigns, starting with former Governor Grant Sawyer to the most recent political races. Mayors, judges, state and federal senators and governors all know his name and his political acumen. Billy is a great mentor who inspires other people to shine. Because of his no-nonsense style and integrity, he has been appointed to serve on numerous boards, including the Citizens Advisory for the Regional Transportation Commission, Habitat for Humanity Board of Directors, Mineral County Economic Advisory Committee, City of Las Vegas Community Block Grant Advisory Board, and Southern Nevada Regional Housing Authority Commissioner, and that is just to name a few. Billy is well known for giving very honest feedback and followed up by, but you do what you want to do. Many owe him a debt that, including myself, that cannot be easily repaid. His service to the neighborhood, the community, and the state have been notable and exemplary, and it is an honor to recognize my friend Billy McCurdy with a proclamation today.
All right, Shelley.
There, come over here.
Okay, Shelley.
All right, here we go. Where's our... And can we get the city council to come? Why don't we go right in front here, Billy, before you say a few words, okay?
Okay, Shelley.
All right, come right here. Okay, very good. Wait, let me, he should be holding this. Yeah. There you go.
Did you want to read the proclamation?
Not in a
Oh,
million years.
okay.
No. And let me acknowledge, there's many people here to support Billy, but I would really like to acknowledge his wife, Billy McCurdy, as well. And come on. And you may know their son, William McCurdy, the county commissioner. And I suspect Billy's major claim to fame is that they had such an extraordinary son. And with that, Mr. McCurdy, would you care to say a few words?
Yes. I'm so happy to see my brother and sister here. Greg McCurdy, the former assistant sheriff of the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department. My sister, who worked in RICO for a number of years, over 40-some years. My son, Patrick. My granddaughter, that moved to Las Vegas, who drives me around. She wants to. She just, to my grandson, Chris, who's with SEIU, and to all my family. I was looking for my brother and sister-in-law, to our supervisor of the women's department. I just like to say one thing. I thank God that I had the opportunity to be involved politically. I came to City Hall during Orrin Gregson's time as mayor. And I had an opportunity to work up on the 10th floor of City Hall for Art Trelease, who used to be the city manager. And I was aide to the city manager. And I happened to work in all the campaigns of every mayor that we had in Las Vegas. I think about Ron Lurie. I think about Jan Jones. I think, you know, Jan is the most eloquent person that I can ever know besides Shelley. Jan used to sing this song at Thrifty Mart. Every day's a special day at Thrifty Mart. And I never forget that I had an opportunity to work for them at the Thrifty Mart stores. But I served the right park and recreation. I want to give Gabby a good send-off too, because I served as member of the board commissioner for Parks and Recreation for the mayor, Oscar Goodman, and then for Ward 5. And I want to say to the new councilwoman, I want to set the record straight today. I didn't support you, but I want to help you build West Las Vegas. And I want you to reach out to me, because I'm not going to be happy until West Las Vegas is striving again like it did. And don't be afraid to ask me questions. I told you I want to have a meeting with you, so I decided I want to serve notice on you publicly, because I want to meet with you. And I want this community to be striving just like every part of the community. I supported her in her assembly races, but I thank God for everyone who have made this possible, especially Billy. Billy keeps me straight. She always tell me, Billy, you can't say that. And I used to have Oscar, so Oscar used to roast me all the time. And I thank God for what Las Vegas have became. And I thank God for all of you who came out. McDonald's, all my office people here from McDonald's, you know, I have office at McDonald's every morning. And I take every politician to Mario's. And so you got to make the trip to the community. And I never get telling the sheriff, who's now governor, I say, come on, Joe, let's go. And Joe says, where we going? I said, we're going to Mario's. He said, Billy, and when Joe Lombardo went to Mario's, he fell in love with Mario's. But our community is thriving. Our community is going to be great again. We have businesses in West Las Vegas, and I know Shelley's going to deliver for the community like she did in Congress.
Thank you, Billy. Did we take a picture with him yet? We did, right? We did, okay. All right. Billy, thank you so much. I think this is a well-deserved honor, or I wouldn't have recommended it. So, congratulations and thank you for your service to our community, our state, and our nation, and to God. I do have a great husband, yes. All right. Okay. We have concluded the ceremonials, and we'll launch right into the meeting. Let me share with you a slight hiccup that we have in the agenda. Agenda item 35 has to do with children, and there are a number of people here for that item, and I don't want to keep the children waiting. But part of the dilemma is that we have a hard stop at 10 o'clock. So what I would like to do or propose, if it's okay, I think that there are a number of people here for item number 42. If I could, for public comment, if I could ask those that are not here for the Animal Advisory Committee ordinance to please speak in public comment first, I would appreciate it so we can get through that public comment item so that we can address item 35 so our youngsters can go back to school no, they don't want to go back to school, okay. Well, this might be moot. All right, so remember, we have a hard stop, and I am going to start agenda item 8, which is public comment, and ask those that are here for any item other than item 42 to please come forward and state your name for the record. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters on the agenda for action. The amount of time any single speaker is allowed may be limited. Any comments made will be cross-referenced to those specific items. If anyone submitted a speaker card or who wishes to speak under this portion of the agenda, please come to the podium, state your name for the record. This is your opportunity to address the council, but the council is not able to respond or engage in dialogue. We will set the time at 2 minutes. Yes, sir.
Hi, Bryce Henderson, Mayor, here to speak about item number 42. This morning, the council is going to be voting on whether or not to create an animal advisory committee. There's over 20 different committees currently that the city has. This will enable the council people to be better informed about animal issues. This should be an easy vote. I don't understand why it could even be controversial. I'm sure we'll hear many on the council say that they love animals, they have pets, they may even have rescue pets. So there should be no reason why they would contradict themselves and vote against an animal advisory committee. The only two issues I've heard addressed are that this committee would solely be to address issues with the Animal Foundation. That's not what it would do. It would enable people who, especially people who work during the day and can't come to council meetings, to have another forum where they can express their issues on animal issues. The only other issue I've heard is that you would like to create, Mayor, a regional animal advisory committee, which we would fully support in your efforts to spearhead something like that. But as of right now, there is no movement to do that, and it could take 6 months or years, or it might never happen. And the animals are in a crisis today, and so we would really appreciate your support in approving this committee today. And if another regional committee is supported in the future and the city one is no longer needed, that would be understandable. But as of today, we need an animal advisory committee, and we don't have time to wait. For those of you who might not be aware, this is a very high-profile issue. All of the local news stations have covered this some weeks before today's vote, and they will be covering it today, and everyone will be seeing how you vote on this issue. So we appreciate everyone's support, Mayor.
Thank you. Let me reiterate what I just said. We're going to take every other issue for public comment with the exception of item 42. So if you are here to comment on any other issue, we would be delighted to hear from you. The only reason we're doing this is we have a hard stop at 10 o'clock for an hour, and we have a group of students here that we've got to get back to their classrooms, and they're here for item 35. So if you are here to talk to express a position on any other issue, we would be delighted to entertain that at this time.
Jeff Dorkak, City Attorney. And Mayor, just to underline what you said a few minutes ago, item 42, the mayor will open that for comment to the individuals she's asking to wait right now. So you will have an opportunity to speak with the item.
Is there anybody that wishes to address the City Council in public comment for any other item other than 42?
Good morning, City Council. My name
I
is...
think there's other people waiting.
I thought you were calling for other people.
Yeah.
Good morning, Madam Mayor.
Good morning. Could you turn?
My name is Deidre Edmond Drew. Which one? There you go. I'm good now? Okay. My name is Deidre Edmond Drew, property owner of 418 Jackson, and the newly elected CEO of the Jackson Street Alliance. I want to speak to items 20 and 21, which are concerning the historic West Side. And we're in favor of Stantec Consulting being able to perform works there, is also with Wood Rogers. We are excited about trying to get this wagon, to get these wheels rolling on this wagon. And so 20, we are in favor for 20 and 21. Also, item number 15, which is about the nonprofit for City Parkway. We would be very interested in learning more about this and how this works, and if the other section of 89106 maybe could learn from this, be a part of this, and so that all of 89106 will be beautiful. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Eric Melchizedek Christ Nimrod. I appreciate the great work of the City Council. And congratulations to you, Mayor Shelley Berkeley and Sandra Summers Armstrong, on your election wins. Entrepreneurs, landowners, and their shareholders want more return on their investments, and that is understandable and intelligent. After all, America is a great nation built on the capitalistic ingenuity and initiative of we the people. However, consistently raising rents on families and individuals, this is Agenda 32.
Okay, thank you.
However, consistently raising rents on families and individuals on fixed income causes housing insecurity and homelessness. Plus, doing this, raising rents, without the proper written notice to the renters and not following the necessary court process is not good. Most renters do not know the law or are so stressed out and depressed and overwhelmed by the demands of life that they feel hopeless and lose faith, self-love, and self-esteem. I know this personally. When this initiative passes, Agenda 32, I want to be part of the solution and do whatever I can to help this great cause and the Campus of Hope, the city, and the county. And Shelley, dear Mayor Shelley Berkeley, I too have a compassion for the Animal Foundation. Thank you for your precious time.
Thank you so much. Okay. Sir, come on forward, yes.
Thank you. Would you like to slip? Does this matter? My name is Bill Christie. I live at 1047 East Oakey Boulevard. Olivia Diaz is my representative. I'm here to speak today about the Animal Advisory Committee, and I apologize, but I've got to get to work. I was wanting to say that, first of all, you'll hear from many other people today that there is no cost for this initiative, that it will not cost the taxpayers a single dime. And that's not entirely true. As Councilman Knutson pointed out on the news the other night, it will cost a very small amount of time from council members to hear concerns from their constituents. I don't think this is odious. I think it's appalling that anyone would find this odious or obstructive. What I'm really looking forward to today is hearing each councilman or many councilmen talk about their pets and tell us endearing stories about their own pets and tell us about how much they truly love animals. But, and then after the but, we will hear why everything that was said before the but is a stone cold lie. If you truly love animals and if you value the input of your constituents, then please today vote like it. I am asking you please to pass this initiative and allow members of the community and your constituents to have one more avenue that will require only a little bit of your time to hear their concerns about animal issues in our community. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Welcome.
Good morning, Councilor. Shirley Burton. I'm the senior pastor of the Holy Cross Baptist Church. I'm here on, I believe, Ward 5.
Would you state your name for the record?
My name is Pastor George Turner. I'm the senior pastor of the Holy Cross Baptist Church, located at 1328 West Lake Mead. The reason I'm here today, I do have my general contractor here with me, along with others. But the reason I'm here is because of the fact that a couple months ago we was here along with our congregation with our project, and it was approved. It was approved, but I understand that they rescheduled for the 19th of this month, which is today, I believe. And my secretary called me and said that they had rescheduled for, I think, almost 30 days later. And I can't understand that because like it is now, we're in a small place at 1328 West Lake Mead. And the reason I purchased that property is to build a larger church. And that's our intention, is to build a large church there on that corner. And we have met the guideline according to the city. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. We have met the guideline. My general contractors is here with the blueprint, and I said it was approved. And this is the second time, not this particular project, but we had a project during the time when Mayor Goodman was here that was approved at the same location. But what I'm trying to say, we really want to be able to get this thing taken care of so we can get the building permit so we can go ahead and move forward. Because on Sunday morning, we need more room at Holy Cross Baptist Church.
Thank you so much for bringing this to our attention. I
God bless you.
appreciate it. Thank you.
Hallelujah. Thank you, Jesus. Oh, thank you. Oh, hallelujah. Oh, thank you, Jesus. And I didn't get a chance to meet Ms. Armstrong, but I am Pastor Turner from Holy Cross Baptist Church. God bless you.
All right. Are you here to, we'd like to go to item 35 so the students can leave. Do you have some comments that you must make right now?
No, I just thought it was before 10 o'clock and I could address
I'm trying to get to the item 35 so the kids can, I'm sorry, so the students can go back to school.
Okay.
That okay? I'm sorry that, but we have no choice. Okay, I'd now like to move to agenda item number 35, discussion for possible action regarding the Youth Neighborhood Association Partnership Program Grant Review Board recommendations to allocate $45,000 for 42 youth initiated projects from the general fund. This impacts all wards. Dr. Malish.
Good morning, Madam Mayor, City Council. Thank you for allowing us to get up here and speak before these young people get back to school. They really are excited to be back in school because they have important things going on today. So Dr. Tammy Malich, Director of Youth Development and Social Initiatives for the record. Very exciting today to bring you our 25th year of YNAP Awards Youth Neighborhood Association Partnership Program. To date, we have funded 693 projects, totaling $684,344 in city investment with an astounding match of over $6.6 million. So great. Thank you to our mayor and city council for allowing that. Our young people have unique and compassionate projects, and they are very committed. I want to share with you that our future is bright with these young people, as you will see. With that said, our YNAP board is recommending today 42 neighborhood projects to be funded in the amount of $45,000. Our grant review board scored each project and made careful consideration around these awards. At this point, it is my pleasure to turn it over to our YNAP board chair, Mr. Damari Birch, and our YNAP board vice chair, Miss Monica Sarkissian, to take you through the presentation.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good morning, Madam Mayor and City Council. My name is Damari Birch, and I am a senior at Northwest Career and Technical Academy. This is my first year serving on the YNAP Grant Review Board. This program is very unique in itself as it offers endless opportunities to the youth members and the community. I became amazed at the beautiful stories from youth youth organizations who only wish to better their communities. I leave here very inspired and tremendously thankful for this opportunity. It was remarkable that not only the youth built such a strong idea, but also presented their exceptional thoughts with a clear mission and passion for what they were doing. This year, I am honored to serve as the chair of the Youth Neighborhood Association Partnership Program Grant Review Board. I am beyond impressed with my fellow board members and all the youth groups who have participated in this year's funding cycle that are giving back to our communities. This year showed us how important giving back to our community can be. But what is really amazing is our youth are paving the way for others.
Good morning, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Monica Sarkisian, and I am a senior at Southwest Career and Technical Academy. This is my second year serving on the YNAP Grant Review Board, and I have applied and received the YNAP grant 2 times before, and I am honored to be on the other side this time. This year, I have the pleasure to serve as the Vice Chair, and I would like to thank you for such an amazing opportunity to serve on the YNAP board. I have learned and gained so much experience this year, and I hope to use this experience when I begin my college career.
Monica and I would like to recognize this year's 17 board members, 8 of whom are adults who mentored and guided our 9 youth members, and thank them for volunteering their time to this year's grant review process. If any of our board members could attend today, please stand when we call your name to recognize you. Our adult members are Alexander Fuller, Arnold Parker, Brenda Flank, Harry Williams, Maria Fajardo, Marquetta DeVille, Samantha Burgess, Ido Terralde.
If any of our youth members are here, please stand so we can recognize you. Our youth members are Damari Birch, our chair, Monica Sarkisian, vice chair, Ayana Castro, Ian Cantos, Jericho Cruz, Justin Buma, Chloe Camarillo, Melanie McNair, and Rachel Martin.
This year, the YNAB Grant Review Board recommends 42 projects for a total of $45,000 in grant funding. Together, these projects will provide the city with a match of $615,896 in volunteer hours, in-kind donations, and/or financial contributions.
There are 16 community service projects, 7 community education projects, 2 community improvement projects, and 17 projects that encompass 2 or more focus areas.
In Ward 1, the Delta Gems awarded $1,300. Next Gen Leaders awarded $1,000. Read and Build Crew awarded $1,000. The Westerman family awarded $1,200.
In Ward 2, Birthdays in a Basket awarded $1,600. Learning is Fun awarded $1,250, and United Haven awarded $800.
In Ward 3, BSU and Batteries Included Next Gen awarded $900. Equipo Academy awarded $1,100. Eva Wolf Student Council awarded $1,400. Las Vegas Alumni Chapter Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated, Dr. Betty Shabazz Delta Academy, awarded $1,000. Mad Hat Productions awarded $1,000. NJSHS Golden Chapter awarded $1,000. Tofu Teas awarded $1,250. Valley High School MSTEM awarded $1,100.
In Ward 4, Community Projects awarded $1,200. Growers Tribute Botany Club awarded $700, and the Allsparks awarded $1,300.
In Ward 5, Advanced Technologies Academy Black Student Union awarded $1,000. AKA Teens and Richmond Group awarded $1,000. Canyon Springs High School Batteries Included awarded $1,100. Care for Change awarded $950. Cheyenne High School Batteries Included awarded $1,000. Crown Together Crew awarded $1,400. Dior's Wave awarded $1,000. Emerging Leaders awarded $1,200. Heroes and Hearts awarded $1,000. Inspire X awarded $650. National Honor Society CSNHS West awarded $600. Nehemiah Youth Ministries awarded $1,000. Somerset Black Student Union awarded $1,000. Taryn Brown awarded $1,000. Team V awarded $1,300. Youth Empowerment and Education Initiative awarded $1,000. Youth Help Youth awarded $1,100. Youth of WLVAC awarded $1,100.
In Ward 6, Belong and Bloom awarded $1,000. Homeschool West Chess Club awarded $1,300. K. Carl Elementary School Student Council awarded $1,000. And KCES Drama Club awarded $1,200. Northeast Career Tech Construction Program awarded $1,000. And STEM Days awarded $1,000. I'm sorry. I have one last thing to mention. Damari and I want to give a big thank you to each of the youth groups who presented. I commend them on their courage to stand before such a large board of individuals to share their ideas with us. They did a wonderful job, and their projects were not only creative, but also serve a variety of important community needs.
On behalf of the YNAB Grant Review Board, we would like to thank the mayor and council members for your continued support of YNAB. We would also like to thank all of the youth and supporting adults who are giving back to the community. Additionally, I would like to thank the Department of Youth Development and Social Initiatives and our gratitude to the entire staff that made YNAB successful. A special thank you to Tara Manor for her leadership and guidance through the YNAB process. We could not have done it without your support. And if any of our YNAB youth and supervising adult advisors are here, please stand so we could recognize you.
Thank you again, Madam Mayor and City Council, for pulling this item forward and allowing our youth to be recognized. We apologize for going quickly, but as you can see, our future is bright. A couple of more thanks to our city attorneys, Jeff Dorkak, Carmen Gilbert, and Michelle Alanis, and the clerk's office, specifically Brian Carroll, Nick Crawford, Samantha DiNicola, and Gabby Portillo, and other city staff, Jana Hudson and Jeff Bazzo. We thank you for helping make this possible for our youth and our youth advisors. The future is bright, and I would ask that you please approve this item. And following this item, our YNAB awardees, please join us in Now Cafe for refreshments.
Lovely.
Thank you.
Before you step away from the microphones, let me say how very proud we are of all of you, the two that are standing in front of us, and all of those that have come today and are participating in this very important program. We thank you, we admire you, and we wish you great success in your futures. I agree with the doctor. Our futures are very bright as long as they're in your hands. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
And now, are there any questions or comments from members of the City Council?
Madam Mayor?
Yes,
I know we
ma'am.
only have a few minutes, but I just want to say, as the councilwoman for Ward 5, there are 18 projects in Ward 5. My children participated in YNAP, and my oldest is 37. So you will see that this young man, Demarius, and the young lady that is with you, you all really are our future, and what you do today and what all you young people do is going to show up for us later, and thank you. And Madam Mayor?
Yes, ma'am.
That's it. That's all I got. Thank you.
All right, may I, thank you so much, Councilwoman. May I have a motion, Mayor Pro Tem?
With gratitude, move to approve.
All right, let's vote on this motion. Let's vote on this motion. Now I know why we need the new equipment. All right, all right. All those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? In that case, this wonderful motion passes. Thank you very much. And now, at the request of our sheriff, we are going into closed session for 1 hour. We will reconvene at 11 a.m. No, it was public comment, we did that. Okay. We're going to give the city council members an opportunity to come back to their seats. We'll start in about a minute. I'd like to reconvene the February 19th meeting of the City Council at this time. We are now on agenda item number 9. For possible action, any items from the 9:30 a.m. session that the council, staff, and/or applicant wish to be stricken, tabled, withdrawn, or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Mayor Pro Tem Knutson.
Madam Mayor, I have 2 items, 47A through 47E, 24-0190-EPA1, DON1, VAR1, VAR2, and SDR1. Applicant is William Brown, owner is H&H Investment Reality LLC on 1.18 acres on the southwest corner of Owens Avenue and Gateway Road. There's an abeyance request by the applicant to the April 16th, 2025 City Council meeting. And items 58 through 50C, 24-0570 VAR1, SUP1, and SDR1. Applicant owners Holy Cross Missionary Baptist Church, Inc. on 0.38 acres at 1328 West Lake Mead Boulevard. There's an abeyance request by the applicant until the March 19th, 2025 City Council meeting, and that'll be my motion.
Okay. Shall we vote on the motion? Please post. Motion is passed. Agenda item 10, for possible action to approve the final minutes by reference of the January 15th, 2025 City Council meeting. Mayor Pro Tem, can I have a motion to approve the minutes?
Move to approve.
Let's vote on the motion. Please post. Motion is carried. Agenda item, am I missing one? Agenda item number 11. Item numbers 11 through 30 are on the consent agenda, are considered to be routine, are recommended for approval by the departments, and may be enacted in one motion. Are there any items the council wishes to bring forward? No? Councilwoman?
Madam Mayor, through you, Attorney Jeff Dorchek, are we continuing with public comment because it was never closed?
Jeff Dorchek, City Attorney. Public comment at number 8 was completed before the YDSI YNAP item. We then went to the YNAP item, completed that, came back, went to closed session, reopened, and we've now completed 9 and 10, so we're on to 11.
No, wait, sorry, through you, Mayor. These people were told that they could finish public comment after we came back from the meeting, and the mayor has not closed public comment.
I believe that I closed public comment, and everybody is welcome to speak at the agenda item time.
Correct, Jeff Dorchek, City Attorney. I believe that was the direction. The animal item, when we get to the ordinance, the mayor will provide an amount of time for people to speak with the item. Everyone who had a non-animal topic that was on the agenda spoke with item 8, the general public comment period, which we were only able to close, we had to close in order to get to Dr. Malich's YNAP item.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem, may I have a motion for the consent agenda for items 11 through 30?
Move to approve the consent agenda items.
Shall we vote on the motion? Please post.
I don't have a pop-up.
Oh. Shall we do, has it popped up yet? Okay. I think some do and some don't. So how many people are in favor of items 11 through 30? Oh, here we go. All right, now I know why we need a new system. All right, motion carries. We will now hear related items 31, 34, and 36 together, but act on them separately. Item 31, public hearing regarding the fair market value of the City of Las Vegas owned vacant real property based on the current appraisal report in anticipation of the sale and development of .70 acres located at the southwest corner of Alta Drive and Tonopah Drive. Item number 34, discussion for possible action regarding the disposition and development agreement between CLV MD LLC and the City of Las Vegas for the development of a mixed-use residential project located at 2109 and 2113 Alta Drive and 501 South Tonopah Drive, totaling .70 acres. Item number 36, R-9-2025, discussion for possible action to approve a resolution finding the disposition and development agreement concerning the proposed sale of vacant real property, located at 2113 and 2109 Alta Drive and 504 South Tonopah Drive, totaling .70 acres between CLV MD LLC and the City of Las Vegas. It's in the best interest of the public. These items are in Ward 1, Mr. Knutson. Item 31 is a public hearing, which I now declare open. Ms. Babsky.
Thank you, Mary. Good morning again. Dina Babsky, Director of Economic and Urban Development. And we're here today to present for your consideration the disposition and development agreement with Cedar Street. The owner, Alex Samoilovich, unfortunately was not able to be present today. I do have their attorneys here with us in case there's questions later. With that said, I'd like to go ahead and move forward.
Okay.
The project site is in Las Vegas Medical District on the southwest corner of Alta and Tonopah. So these three parcels is what the disposition agreement is covering. Two parcels on Alta Drive and one adjacent on Tonopah. The total acreage is .71, and the sale price within the disposition and development agreement will be paid by the developer at $1.265 million, which is in line with the appraised value that we just recently received, and I actually will be submitting an updated copy to the clerk at the end of my presentation. Just to point out, I'll refer to this later, but you see on the east side of Tonopah, the vacant two parcels, the same developer is actually currently working on a project there as well, and they are getting to break ground in September, and I'll show you some wonderful renderings of that as well. The proposed building on the parcels you're going to be voting on here today is going to be a Class A apartment project. It's a multifamily with up to 200 units, and the great news is that 10% of which will be affordable. So the developer will be working with our planning department on the affordable units incentives to get that project up and going. The development will also include 5,000 square feet of retail, and the most exciting thing, which I'm sure Councilwoman is going to be very excited about, is the Child Enrichment Center, which is a limited service child care facility, so needed in the medical district based on all of the feedback that we've heard from the residents. A little bit of background on Cedar Street. We've worked with them now for many years. The two highlighted projects I'd like to kind of bring to your attention to give you an idea of their expertise even here locally is the Miles project in the Arts District that broke ground last year, and you can see the building going up now. Their actual completed timeline for construction is going to be April 2026, and that's 311 units. And the second one that I pointed out earlier, the two vacant lots on Tonopah is the Presley project, and it is also multifamily with retail and great amenities. And that one is going to break ground just here in a few months in September. So both of those projects are very well known, or should be very well known to our community and council, and we're very excited to continue our work with Cedar Street on the new affordable housing component in the medical district. Some important dates in the disposition and development agreement. If approved today, then they will move forward with the performance schedule that will include their entitlement hearing sometime in November of this year. With that, the building permit submittal should be expected a little under a year from that point. And the important part for us to know is the close of escrow, when they actually will purchase the property from the city, is going to be in March 2027. So once they do that, we normally give them 18 to 24 months to start and then complete construction and have the new residents be welcome to the medical district to provide the additional housing opportunity and continue the growth and support the growth of the city of Las Vegas. With that, if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Thank you so much. Is there anyone else? Before we do that, should we go see if anybody wishes to speak on this item? Does anybody wish to speak on this item? Please step forward. Seeing nobody, are there any questions or comments from the council? Okay.
Councilwoman.
Oh, excuse me.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation, Ms. Babsky. Question about the affordable housing units. What's the perpetuity that they will stay as affordable?
So they will have to comply with the city code, because in order for them to get the height incentive, they have to essentially apply to include the affordable housing units. And I believe right now our code is aligned with HUD's requirements of, is it 20 or 30 years? I'm looking at Seth. So yeah, it's in alignment with HUD.
Okay, are you satisfied? Okay, any other nuts? Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Baskey. No action is required on item 31, and we will need a motion on item 36 before 34. Is there a motion on related item 36? Councilman Knutson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I just want to express my appreciation to Ms. Babsky and your team and the city manager and his team, and to the representatives of Cedar Street. This is an important milestone in the future of the medical district. This is where doctors and nurses and other healthcare professionals get a chance to live, work, and play within the Las Vegas medical district. So I'm with great appreciation for everyone putting their energy towards this. I'm going to move to approve items 36.
Okay, we'll vote on the motion. Please post. Motion passes.
And Madam Mayor, I would move to approve items 34 next.
Okay.
And while we're
Please
waiting,
vote.
I will ask the developer to go much faster.
Please post. Motion passes.
And I'd like to, thank you, Mayor, thank you, City Council. I'd like to update City Clerk to request to update the documents. We have an updated appraisal for item 31, and we also have a disclosure of principles for item 34.
All right, thank you very much. We'll now move on to agenda item number 32. This is administrative. Discussion for possible action regarding an interlocal agreement for a subsidy of a participating municipality's obligation under a shared services agreement for the Campus of Hope, an initiative to address housing insecurity and homelessness between the City of Las Vegas and Clark County, in which the county will subsidize the city's contribution for fiscal years 2027 to 2031, and this impacts all wards. Ms. Newby.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. For the record, I am Saber Newby, Deputy City Manager. The item before you today is the subsidy agreement, but first I wanted to go over a little bit of the history on the Campus for Hope, just to set the stage. So AB 528 from the 2023 legislative session put forward this Campus for Hope idea as a hub and spoke type of model. It committed $100 million of state funds and a match of $100 million from private funds that were to be raised. And the Governor's Office of Economic Development was established as the agency to oversee this application process. But beyond that, there was another requirement of $15 million from the state to be matched with $15 million from local governments for the ongoing costs related to the operations of the Campus for Hope. In order to participate in the Campus for Hope, the local jurisdictions had to establish a navigation center, which we already have in our courtyard facility. They needed to contribute to that matching $15 million of operational costs that I already mentioned, and then have a plan established for affordable, attainable workforce development and permanent supportive housing. Now, for this Campus for Hope, individuals would need to be referred to this. It would not be a low barrier shelter. It would be something where they would come through one of these navigation centers and be referred out to the Campus for Hope. And when they get to the Campus for Hope, then there would be additional services available to them, including housing, case management, mental health services, substance abuse treatment, primary care, physicians, and job placement are just some of the things that are planned for there. Now, a number of sites were considered for this Campus for Hope, but ultimately the Charleston and Jones site, also known as the SNAMS campus, was chosen by the Campus for Hope Foundation. And if you are familiar with that site, of course, you'll know that it's been used in some ways for these types of services since the early 1970s. It's been in existence there. It's also home to the Ross and Neal Psychiatric Hospital. DHHS also did a comprehensive master plan for this site that added a number of services, or planned for a number of services on this site, but in keeping with the same services that are existing there. So the Campus for Hope site and the services that are contemplated there when it's developed are also included in that DHHS master plan. And that plan also includes the relocation of some services for at-risk use that are currently there. So no construction is set to begin on this campus until those at-risk youth are relocated to a facility that serves their needs. Here are some photos and renderings of what is hoped to be there at the Campus for Hope. And now finally, why are we here today? Well, we have a true agreement structure that we are looking at today. The first item was your item number 11 on your consent agenda, and that was the shared services agreement that you already passed. The second agreement, of course, is the one that we're talking about now, and that is the subsidy agreement between the City of Las Vegas and Clark County. Clark County has been great to work with and has stepped up to help us for the first 5 years of this operation in acknowledgement of how much we already contribute through a number of different services, courtyard that I already mentioned, but the RCC, our Recuperative Care Center, the Aero Shuttles, the MORE teams, and other programs that we currently run. Also understanding the city's financial situation, I just wanted to give a shout out to the county for really coming to help us on this. So there you have listed fiscal years 2027, which is contemplated as the opening of the Campus for Hope, through fiscal year 2031, the amounts that the city would be contributing towards that, the balance between that amount and what would normally be required of us from that shared services agreement is what's to be subsidized by Clark County. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments from the council members? Yes, Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and Ms. Newby, I appreciate you making the presentation. I'll probably reference this in a lot of the emails that I'm getting to to my constituents who are very anxious, they're very worried about what this particular project will mean for their property values and what it'll mean for the area around where they live. This is in Ward 1, this is in the heart of the city, this is in the heart of Ward 1. And so I just want my constituents to know that the city, the county, the state, private sector are all actively working towards making this project something that we can all be proud of, something that'll be beneficial to those who are experiencing homelessness, their families, and beneficial to the surrounding areas. So I appreciate you putting this all on the record, and I'll reference it many times. So thank you very much for that.
And as long as you're speaking, Mayor Pro Tem, will you make a motion?
With gratitude to Clark County for their help in this, I will move to approve.
All right, let's vote on the motion. Please post. Motion carries. Thank you so much, Ms. Newby. Agenda item 33, report by Mike Jansen, City Manager, regarding the fact-finding recommendations for the International Association of Firefighters Local 1285 Collective Bargaining Agreement for the fiscal year 2025. Mr. Jansen, okay. Mr. Zamora and Mr. Davis, welcome.
Good morning, Mayor Berkeley, Member City Council, Mike Jansen, City Manager. With me today, I have our Senior Assistant City Attorney, Morgan Davis, our wonderful HR Director, Vince Zamora, and we are here today to bring to you a report that's required by NRS. I'm going to read some of the official language, but before I do that, I just wanted to take a moment to recognize the efforts between our city team and the International Association of Firefighters. We've worked closely to get to where we are today with Ruben Sanchez and James Suarez, and as we've been briefing you, we've made great progress, but today is an important step in that process. And so without further ado, what that is under NRS 288.200, it requires that after we receive a fact finder's report and recommendations, we must discuss that report in a public meeting. And for this particular aspect of NRS, I've asked Morgan to present exactly what the fact finder's report showed and its recommendations. So with that, I'll pass the mic on to Morgan.
Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor. Council, as Mr. Jansen said, Morgan Davis, Senior Assistant City Attorney. He's asked that we make this presentation, and I don't want to bury the lead. This is an anomaly under state law that we have to report out recommendations of fact-finding, whether we reached a contract resolution or not. We will be bringing back, good news is we have resolved the issues, and we anticipate bringing back a resolved contract to you very shortly. But as state law indicates, we do have to report out on the fact finder's report and recommendation. We had hearings in August the 6th and 7th of 2024. We did some briefing. The fact finder issued his report on January 10th, 2025. Again, we had to report this out in 45 days. The issues that were at the heart of that dispute, there were 8 separate issues. One involved, 2 of them involved Article 14. One was an annual leave accrual proposal. Second one was a percentage of use of leave. The third issue was Article 15, annual leave for holidays. Article 15 had a second issue, number 4, a request for changing the compensation schedule for certain overtimes to double time. Article 15, which is the heart of the economic matter, dealt with wages. A couple different proposals. One really dealt with the number of steps on a salary schedule. Number 6 was the big one, the wages, the cost of living increase, salary schedule increases. Item number 7, the issue was a proposal to increase the city's contribution to the benefit trust fund that provides insurance for members of the bargaining unit. And issue number 8 was a new article being proposed asking for bilingual pay. The recommendation of the fact finder on item number 1 issue was to maintain the status quo. Also on Article 14, the second issue on use of annual leave percentages, the recommendation was again to not make any change but maintain the status quo. On Article 15, where at issue was annual leave for holidays, there was an anomaly with our non-suppression folks on how they're treated for using holiday leave, and the parties agreed, and the fact finder so recommended that we change that accounting system for holiday use for those 40-hour employees that aren't on 24-hour schedule, so they're more aligned with the other city employees. Article 15, the double time, as indicated, there was a proposal to change that overtime provision. Recommendation was to maintain status quo. On the wages issue, Article 17, the first issue that was in dispute was a proposal to eliminate the entry step on a salary schedule, and then to combine the top steps. The recommendation, which the city and the fire had already agreed to, was to go ahead and eliminate the entry step on the entry schedule. That will help us in recruitment, but the recommendation was to maintain status quo on the top steps. As to wages, we had competing proposals on the appropriate amount of an increase for this group for this year. The recommendation, the fact finder, was to recommend a 3.25% COLA, which stands for cost of living allocation or adjustment, and an additional 1.35 salary schedule increase for a total recommendation of 4.6% in this year. Issue number 7, the insurance. The recommendation was to increase the contribution rate that city pays from $500 to $515 per member biweekly. And as to the last issue, issue number 8, the proposal to add a new article for bilingual pay. The recommendation was not to include that, to maintain the status quo. So as we said, these were recommendations. We've engaged in some great discussions. We will be bringing back a 2-year agreement for your consideration and deliberation very shortly. If there's any questions, happy to help. The fiscal impact for the overall contract that we had recommendations on, the cost estimated for eliminating that entry step, raising the entry pay for firefighters on a 1-year agreement was $522,000. The estimated impact on the 3.25% cost of living adjustment for this bargaining unit was $3,257,000. The additional salary schedule increase for this bargaining unit, that recommendation of 1.35% was $1,353,000. And the increase in the contribution for health insurance to the trust from $500 to $515 per member per pay period, annualized cost of approximately $287,000.
Excellent. Mr. Zamora, do you have anything to add?
For the record, Vince Zamora, Human Resources Director. No, Morgan did a very good job, as did Mike, discussing what we went through during these discussions. I'm fine. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, gentlemen. Are there any questions or comments from the council? Yes, Ms. Bruni.
Thank you, Mayor. Morgan, is that cost for the terms of the 2-year contract, or is that annually? So we would double it to look at the 2-year impact.
It is 1-year contract. That was the only thing that was at issue in our fact finding and our impasse. When we bring back the 2-year contract, the terms won't exactly be the same. But so these cost items are the impact on a 1-year deal, which was the only thing the fact finder had jurisdiction to consider.
All right. Seeing no other questions or comments from the council, may I have a motion, Mayor Pro Tem?
Mayor, if I may, this is a no action item. It's just a report, but I do have a NRS required closing statement that I need to make if there's no further questions from Mayor and Council.
Apparently, there's no further questions or comments, so please move on.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. What I'd like to just enter into the record is that the summary report given today under my direction has properly analyzed the impacts required, and I agree with and support the report for adoption in our collective bargaining process with IAFF. And with that, we thank you very much for your time.
And thank you, gentlemen, very, very much. City Attorney, we've already done 35, Joe. We just moved right to 36. Is that correct?
We've done 36 as well, ma'am. You can go right to 37.
All right, thank you very much. Agenda item 37, boards and commissions. Discussion for possible action regarding the reappointment of members to the Community Development Recommending Board from the following list of nominees: Carmen LaShawn Miller, Mayor's designee, David Marland, Mac McKnight, and Robert Lathrop, Ward 1, Ignacio Prado, Vanessa Conyers, and Patricia Haddad Bennett in Ward 3, Jamie Jackson, Ward 4, Kathy Thomas, Ward 5, and Linda Burks, Ward 6, and the appointment of nominees Shannon Nordstrom, Ward 2, and Patrina McKinney and Barbara Jones Zangara, Ward 5. This 13-member board reviews community development block grants and other funding sources and makes recommendations to the City Council on the applicant's eligibility to receive these federal funds. Members either reside or work in the City of Las Vegas, and the term of office is 9 months with no limit to the number of terms that may be served. I move to approve the reappointments and appointments. Shall we have a vote on the motion? No? Okay, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Motion is up. Okay, I don't have one to, okay. All right, motion carries. Agenda item number 38. Discussion for possible action regarding the reappointment of Richard Becker to a Ward 2 seat of the Parks and Recreation Advisory Commission. Mr. Becker sits in a seat designated for a Ward 2 appointment. He has the recommendation of the Parks and Recreation Director, is eligible, and he wishes to serve. Is there a motion, Councilwoman Seaman?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Move to approve item number 38.
Okay, shall we vote on the motion?
Aye.
Okay.
Aye.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay, a day late and a dollar short, right? Agenda item 39. Discussion for possible action regarding the reappointment of Steve Niger? To a Ward 4 seat of the Parks and Recreation Advisory Commission. Mr. Niger, am I saying that correctly? Okay. Mr. Niger sits in a seat designated for a Ward 4 appointment. He has the recommendation of the Parks and Recreation Director, is eligible, and wishes to continue to serve. Is there a motion, Councilwoman Polensky?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. With great appreciation for Mr. Niger, I move to approve item number 39.
All right. Shall we try to vote on this motion? Please post. Motion carries. Agenda item 40. Discussion for possible action regarding the reappointment of Larry Blackman to the Southern Nevada Regional Housing Authority. The Southern Nevada Regional Housing Authority Resident Advisory Board previously provided the City Council with a selection certification of 4 eligible applicants for consideration, and Mr. Blackman was appointed in July of 2024 to fill an unexpired term. The Southern Nevada Regional Housing Authority recommended reappointment of Mr. Blackman, who is eligible and wishes to continue to serve. Is there a motion, Councilwoman Bruni?
Thank you, Mayor. I move to approve item number 40, the reappointment of Larry Blackman to the Southern Nevada Regional Housing Authority.
Shall we vote on the motion? Please post. Nothing is happening?
Nope, I think I got it this time.
Okay. Do you have one? Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Motion passes. Agenda item 41, discussion of possible action regarding the reappointment of Charles Lee to the Ward 5 seat of the Senior Citizens Advisory Board. Mr. Lee was originally appointed in 2023. He is eligible and wishes to be reappointed. Is there a motion, Councilwoman Summers Armstrong?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would respectfully request appointment of Mr. Lee to the Senior Citizens Board and make the motion. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please vote on the motion. Post. Motion carries. Agenda item 42. Recommending committee, bills eligible for adoption at this meeting. Bill number 2024-41. Councilman Knutson, would you like to have the bill read?
Yes, Mayor. Bill number 2024-41, an ordinance to amend LVMC Title II by adding a new chapter therein designated as Chapter 2.67 to establish the Animal Advisory Committee and to provide for related matters.
We vote on the motion? Yes. I'd now at this time like to open this up for discussion. Would anybody like to address the council on this agenda item? Please come forward and state your name for the record.
Mayor, how much time would you like the clerk's office to set the timer for?
I would like, I think 2 minutes would be a good amount since there are so many wonderful people that are here to talk. And would you please introduce your dog?
This is Scarlett. She's actually representing Reba. Scarlett is a professional therapy dog as well. My name is Stephanie Lofredo, Loffredo, and I am the executive director for Courtroom Critters, which is a therapy dog unit that helps victims and people in crisis. I'm here to advocate for this committee because there are so many good things about it, and I feel that Las Vegas should be the model of animal rights. With this model, we could be doing a lot of good, and I envision that we'll have very good vetted volunteers, so this will cost nothing for the city. These vetted volunteers will be caring, they will be competent, and also what I envision is these volunteers will bring to you a lot of information as well as research. Because some other cities are doing things very well. We need to research those cities, bring this information to you, and make a lovely report, about 3 to 5 pages to present to you that is very matter of fact, easy to read. We give you this information, we help you understand what we need and what the community needs. And I just envision that this program, this committee, is going to be very good serving to the city and also being a very good representative for the city, showing the model of how animal rights should be done. And I think that's about it.
I thank you so much. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Regina Harmon. I run the Southern Nevada Beagle Rescue Foundation, and this is my 19th year running that. So I've been here through all of the progress and non-progress that this city has for animals. We used to have an animal advisory board. I don't know why it was diminished and went away, but we desperately need it, if not to hold the Animal Foundation accountable for some of their actions and to just help the community. This city should be doing at least its due diligence for animals, and it's not. We are far behind other cities that are, and everyone up here has a choice to make for the animals, but for some reason, no matter who sits in these seats, the panels before you, the mayors before you, everyone seems to put animals last, completely last. No matter what you say, it's always last. Now, you can say, oh, this will cost money. I don't think it will cost that much. However, even if it costs a little, we need it. We're spending millions on all this growth, but if you don't keep up with the rest of it, as far as all these people coming here or bringing animals, they're all dumping them on the streets. No one's holding them accountable for, like she said, with Reba and stuff. We have seen all these cases go, and no one gets the punishment they deserve. No one holds anyone accountable, and this committee would at least try to help do that. Do our due diligence in this city. We are certainly not doing it now.
Thank you so much. Welcome once again.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for having me and members of the council. My name is Ron Murray. You probably know me from speaking on animal issues before, and I'm here to ask that you support the Animal Advisory Committee. You know, it's a privilege for me to be able to come and address you as well as my right as a citizen. And I've testified before on many different issues on state and federal levels. And to me, a lot of what we're discussing today is not about the animals, it's about the right of the animals to have a voice. And I feel that we are stifling that in our community. It isn't necessarily about me coming up here and telling you how great the Animal Advisory Committee it would be. It's almost, I feel like I'm not being opposed by you, I'm being opposed by the highest bidder. And I just don't think that that's fair. There is no fiscal impact to this committee. You've already acted on 3 different citizen advisory committees so far this morning, and it may have taken a total of 3 minutes. Ask yourself the economic impact to the city of Las Vegas to have all these people come down once a month, take time off work, and we're talking hundreds of thousands of dollars out of our pocket over the course of a year. In my time as a lobbyist, I've written lots of bills and legislation, and the one thing that I know for a fact, that you can sunset a bill. You can write a law that sunsets a bill that you already have. Or in this piece of legislation you're looking at today, you could write a sunset clause. If you don't like it, get rid of it. But the only reason anyone could possibly oppose this bill today is because you don't want to hear what the people are going to say. You don't want to hear that once again, they are going to put the Animal Foundation under the spotlight. We know that our city is spending over $600 million on the Badlands, and already the Animal Foundation wants you to spend $5 million on a new contract.
Thank you very much. Appreciate
Thank you very
your
much, Madam
comments.
Mayor.
Welcome.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Kathleen Weatherspoon. I volunteer with Community Cat Angels. I'd ask that you set my timer at 4 minutes because Gina Greason was unable to be here today, and she asked me to read this statement for her. As you know, she's with Nevada Voter for Animals. She wanted to be here because she is very much involved in animal welfare here within the state, done many great things for animal welfare. But she was unable to be here because she has stage 4 cancer, and she cannot continue to come down here every month to speak for 1 or 2 minutes. She would like the Animal Advisory Committee for a multitude of reasons, but the one that she specifically wanted me to highlight was that so animal advocates have a place to truly address the issues thoroughly, and the Animal Advisory Committee would do that by bringing those experts together and then be able to provide that expertise to the City Council. Thank you for that. I'd like to thank the Council for approving new verbiage last month for 2 animal welfare issues, the illegal breeding and sale of pets. That's a great step forward, but we know that we need to do more, and the Animal Advisory Committee is a step forward in the right direction. Mayor Pro Tem Knudsen has made several comments to the news that have been published that are a little troubling to me, and I suspect many other people. Sorry about my voice, I seem to be having some issues. To quote, I have a lot of constituents reach out to me, and I don't need an intermediary committee to take up resources that the city has that could be out in the streets as opposed to sitting in a meeting talking. In my experience with other boards and commissions, as my appointed members, they struggle with agenda items and connecting with me. They add an additional layer of government bureaucracy. I believe it is more efficient to work with an elected official directly as opposed to another government-funded committee. As an Air Force commander in Okinawa before I retired, I had 34 activities under me, 35,000 airmen, and I can guarantee you I didn't want 35,000 airmen calling me or emailing me directly about the dining facility or the child care or whatever else they had. I needed them to go through the appropriate advisory committee so that that committee could meld those issues together in something that we were able to address appropriately. There's 100+ animal rescues here in town. I'm pretty sure, along with all of your constituents, pretty sure you guys don't want them all calling you every day about the issues individually. The advisory committee gives an opportunity for those issues to be put together and brought to you in a form that you can deal with them appropriately, using the expertise of those members that were appointed. I don't think I had 4 minutes.
I'm just checking on that now. Has she exhausted her 4 minutes or the 2 minutes?
This is the second round.
Okay, go right ahead then.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Additionally, the folks that have been attending all of these council meetings and meetings with Councilman Seaman and meetings with you prior to the election about animal issues, they have the expertise. They are the ones in the street. It doesn't have to be the city resources in the street. Your resources are there. They're here. And they've been coming every month to tell you what the issues are, and we still can't get them addressed. The council needs the committee. It only needs to meet with them 4 times a year as the document is written. How much time did you spend on the Badlands? We're asking for 4 hours a year. I can't imagine what you spent on that since its inception, not to mention the money. Please, let the animals speak through the people who know them best. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hello.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council members. Thank you for having me. My name is Deborah Mitchell. I volunteer for a local nonprofit here. I'd like to bring to attention in 2020, 53% of Nevadans had animals with a 2% projected growth rate out to 2035. Are you aware that by 2032, we will have a severe shortage of veterinary technicians and veterinarians? What is the city currently preparing for this? How is the city currently preparing for this shortage? If you haven't started thinking about this, you need an animal advisory committee. Are you aware that based on our population growth, our kennel space access points to sheltering services are deficient by 2 more access points? How do you, the city council members, not plan for this need as our population growth continued to expand? Are you aware that we have a 35% increase in shelter intake from the same time last year? Are you aware how many times last year our only shelter was at critical intake levels? Do you know that public health concerns are on the rise where shelters are at capacity? Sounds like an animal advisory committee was and is needed. There is a big shortage of affordable housing that welcomes animals, thus leading to more surrendering their pets. Other cities and states are leading with ideas to work on this issue. How are these council members addressing this issue for your constituents? If this isn't being talked about, you need an animal advisory committee. Does the city council know how many more spay-neuter services are needed per year to get ahead of the crisis in our city and reduce the taxpayers' burden of animal sheltering services? Does the city have an active plan to reach this number of spay-neuter services per year? You need an animal advisory committee. Are you aware that Las Vegas is the number 6 city in the nation for the most pet businesses? Are you aware of the revenue base this pet industry brings to your city? Your constituents care about their animals, leading to this thriving local industry. Do you want to send a message that our city council does not feel animal issues warrant the need for a committee? Do your constituents know that the city council values parking spaces and parking lots and has an advisory committee for such? And yet the same council seems to be against having a committee for animal welfare. How you vote today will send a clear message of your priorities. Do you value and prioritize parking lots over pets? Do you value and prioritize parking over animal welfare? Today, your values and priorities will be on display with how you vote.
Thank you very much.
Good morning, Madam Mayor and council members. My name is Anula Wildrich. I have no doubt that everyone in this room cares about the well-being of our animals across the valley, though our approach may differ as far as what is the best way to address the challenges with our growing population. As a 20-year resident and a 17-year animal advocate, I can say that I have never had a problem scheduling meetings with elected officials across all jurisdictions and from the local to the federal level. We met to discuss concerns and viable solutions. And in fact, many of the recent comprehensive animal ordinance revisions in Clark County stemmed from such meetings. Time is one of our most valuable resources, and as I get older, although I try to deny it, I try to make the best and most efficient use of my time in order to be effective. So with that in consideration, I did have some concerns about this proposal. One being that the scope seems to be very broad, which could end up yielding few significant outcomes. The quarterly meetings could be another issue, as opposed to direct conversations with officials, which can facilitate faster progress. There's some redundancy that I see here. We already understand the issues. The priority should be in establishing clear objectives and implementing solutions, not merely identifying problems that have already been well documented. If an advisory group is to be formed, my opinion is that it should be multi-jurisdictional to ensure consistency across contiguous communities. And I also do agree that it should include veterinarians, animal protection, legal counsel, and also the municipally funded shelter, because they can provide critical insight into operational challenges as well as answer any questions. They also are the perfect barometer for some of the issues facing our companion animals across the valley. I hope I have enough time to add this, but the representation from the Nevada State Apartment Association might also be beneficial, because they represent property owners from small to large to multi-housing.
And I'm so sorry, but your time is up.
Okay, thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and council members. I'm Dr. Karen Lane, Layne, and I'm trying not to be repetitive, but I want to say that what I want to do is address the ordinance. This is a hearing on the ordinance, and I want to just say simply, with something that was just previously said, that Section 2.67.070 says to assist with the identification of animal-related issues and development of plans and recommended practices concerning the care and welfare of animals. That is a huge task. Consider that there are only going to be meetings once a quarter for this Animal Advisory Committee. That means probably about 2 hours. So that would mean over a year, you would have 8 hours of meetings. So this is something that you need to consider. I will say simply to you, it's obvious that everybody knows what the problems are. We know many of the solutions. The issue is implementing some of those solutions. I also say, as a part of that, representation is critical, and for different solutions, you're going to require different capabilities and different expertises. And finally, I would say that this is not an issue just for the city of Las Vegas. The reason I'm here today is that I served on the Clark County Animal Advisory Committee for 3 years as chair. I know what we went through and what it took to get things done, and I'm just saying that you really need to think about what this ordinance says and what you're attempting to accomplish. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, indeed.
My name is Jose Garcia, and I just want to tell you that when Vanity was in kindergarten, she wanted to be a veterinarian, and I told her that she's going to be the president of the National Veterans Association. Vanity Malaine Garcia comes home from Africa with the United States Navy by the end of the month, and I stand my position. I still want to chair this position if it is approved today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Welcome.
Madam Mayor, council members, my name is Christopher Ruelas Woods, Ruelaswoods. I'm a police officer with Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department in the Office of Intergovernmental Services. So today I'm speaking about item 42 and to offer the department's support to the committee from a law enforcement perspective, as well as offer any expertise that we have regarding criminal matters and assist the committee in any way that we can. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thanks for your service to our city. Welcome.
Hello. Before I begin, I'm repping a Home for Spot, which is one of our local rescues, and they have a program, and it's called Pups on Parole. Very great organization. So, Patricia Reed, thank you again for letting us speak. First of all, I was here last for the recommending committee, and Mr. Knutson, you said that you didn't get results from the committee that you spoke of and that you had to reach out to them. I've been in management before, and I know that when you don't get what you're looking for, you got to put some input into it. And granted, you might be looking for information from them, but still, I really do believe that that was a lack of leadership. Sad that you let one experience cloud your judgment and other solutions and possibilities. You also mentioned that you don't want it confused with the Animal Foundation functions. Why is that? What difference would it make if it was? The city has so many issues involving our animals, and an example was when a leader came, when it came to addressing public issues, sadly, the city went from 4 to 14 pet sales stores after North Las Vegas, Henderson, and Clark County banned them. Your inaction has made things so much worse. Fresh minds with different outlooks are needed to help our animals. Politics have absolutely no place here. As Mr. McCurdy said earlier, deliver for the community. There is a clear bias here when it comes to animals. And I, again, will ask Mr. Pro Tem and Madam Mayor that you recuse your votes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Tracy Paz. Can you put the pictures on, please? The visual. Okay, I came to you today. I came actually last time for the recommending committee, and I just kind of came back again just with more animals that are in danger. As of this morning on the youth list, there are 55 animals that are scheduled for euthanasia. Last time I brought 6, and thankfully all of them except one were saved. I don't know about the other 40 or 37 of them. However, there are 55 that are scheduled as of this morning. And I just kind of wanted to share their stories a little bit, just so you guys can see their faces. This is Dodger. He's dying today at 3 p.m. He has a skin infection and kennel distress due to separation because his owner surrendered him at one point just recently. So he was loved at one point. He's free at the Animal Foundation. He's 5 years old. He's dying today if a rescue does not step in and pull him. This is Mowgli. Mowgli is also going today at 3 p.m. 10 years old, stray, free, 7 pounds. An owner brought this dog in as well. This is Minnie Wheats. Minnie Wheats is on this schedule to be euthanized today at 3 p.m. because of seizures. 6 years old, a stray, nobody ever came to claim. This is Astro. Astro is dying tomorrow, so at least he has an extra day, 3 p.m. He's not eating and losing weight in the shelter. He's 1 year old, brought in as a stray. This is Mando. Mando has till tomorrow at 3 p.m. Sorry. He's scared of other dogs looking for attention because he's an owner surrender. He came in with his brother. The brother was pulled. The brother made it out alive. He's 1 year old, and his time is up tomorrow. This is Sage. If you notice, Sage is blue, meaning that she had kids at one point that dyed her blue and had fun with her, I'm sure. However, she's an owner surrender, amazing personality, dying tomorrow. This is Prince. He has until the 21st. He's neutered, so he obviously was somebody's pet at one point. This was Prince, owner surrender, scared to death, hiding in the corner. My last one. This is Carapaul, and 1 year old stray, spending 1 month in a shelter. My last one was Mickey Mouse. I'm sorry if I'm going over, but this was Mickey Mouse. He was scheduled yesterday. He's no longer showing. He has a little rainbow by his name because he didn't make it out alive. Please do the right thing.
Thank you so much.
Hi, thank you for listening. My name is Bailey Bobsveen. I'm going to just keep this short. I think everyone has kind of said everything I want to say. I've been fostering for many years. I'm currently fostering with a Kiss My Paws Animal Rescue, and we need an animal advisory committee for all the obvious reasons that have already been said. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Jill Lutonen. The animal community is in crisis and has been for quite some time. I'm sure you all know that. People within the community, such as the people here, are more aware of the issues within the community which is an animal advisory committee could address. Not all of these have to do with the Animal Foundation. There are much more issues to be addressed. The committee could take items off your plate and save you time for the exception of hearing the committee's suggestions. Some of these items could include low-cost veterinary services, campaigns to the public for animal laws, addressing issues such as when landlords change their mind on allowing a pet and give tenants as little as 24 hours to remove the pet from the premises. Addressing issues through committee could even lower intake numbers at the shelter. I ask you to consider what is best for the community. Helping the animals also helps the community and your constituents. As you can see, nobody is here to oppose it. There was one with some concerns and maybe some questions, but nobody is here to oppose it. I ask you to please give this a chance. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello, Mariola Latowska. I'm a foster mom for Forgotten Dogs Animal Rescue. I fully support the Animal Advisory Committee. We really need an organized way to communicate with the council members so that we can give the animals a bigger voice than we are currently giving them. Communicating with our council members directly is not working because the animal crisis continues to get worse. It's not getting any better. I have actually emailed Mayor Berkeley and all of the council members here since the recommending meeting, and I only got 2 responses, and only one of them actually answered my question. That was from Councilwoman Seaman's office. We need this animal committee to get our voices heard, otherwise nothing will change. I am personally sick and tired of seeing all the young, healthy, and treatable animals dying in our city every day. Please look beyond the politics and help us save their lives. You don't even have to care about the animals like we do, but as elected representatives, you should care about the needs of your community. We desperately need to find ways to enforce our current laws, specifically those concerning illegal breeding, spaying, neutering, animal abandonment. Our rescues and shelters will stay full if we don't address this. The roots of the problem are overpopulation and lack of enforcement, and those are some of the agenda items that the Animal Committee could focus on. Lastly, I want to say thank you to Councilwoman Seaman for always fighting for the animals and valuing their lives over politics. Please support her on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, Melanie Shane, Kiss My Paws Rescue. Tracy always gets me with those pictures. As a rescue, we can't, sorry.
Take your time.
We can't save them all. Like, we just can't. Sorry, I can't believe I'm crying right now. Okay, we can't save them all. From the dogs at the shelter to, thank you. And we're tired, quite frankly, as rescues. I feel like I'm constantly on a hamster wheel, trying to save all these dogs, trying to change laws, trying to save these animals when I feel like the majority of you don't care, quite frankly. Now I'm going to kind of get to what I was getting to before. So after leaving the last meeting, I thought to myself, the reason given to not move forward with an animal advisory committee was just bizarre. Like, this committee would be a recreation of the previous and therefore can be adjusted and changed to fit whatever needs there are in order to be a voice for the animals. This is not about the Animal Foundation. This is about protecting the animals so they don't end up at the shelter and at risk of euthanization. To hold vets, groomers, boarders, animal abusers, backyard breeders, even rescues accountable. Could be changing breed restriction laws, dog deposits for renters. I mean, could be anything that's dog related that would support the animals in this city and the people that own them.
and to take action towards resolving any issues that can negatively affect the well-being of an animal. The day after our last meeting, we joined the county meeting where they had partnered with animal advocates for months to move forward with adjusting and creating new animal statutes to protect the animals. In partnership with Animal Control, they were the ones who initiated bringing these changes to the forefront. All changes were passed with all yes votes. Why is it that with city council members, it's constantly a fight to support the advocates in the city and protect the animals? I urge you to make the decision to our community to reassess where your loyalty lies. Hopefully it's with the people, the rescues who work hard every day, and the animals, and not personal relationships.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Ms. Seaman, would you care to comment?
I would, but does anybody else on the council would like
You didn't want to go first?
No.
Okay. Is there anybody else that would like to make a comment? In that case,
First of all, I want to thank everyone for coming and speaking on behalf of the animals. This committee, I spoke with Chief Potts shortly after the recommending. He's okay with it. He said, as long as it's an advisory, it's a good thing. I worked with Animal Control to write up this ordinance. I've worked with all of you for the past 5.5 years, and we've come a long way. I've heard that my colleagues want to do a multi-jurisdictional. I think that's great. But right now, we're in a crisis. And right now, it doesn't cost the city to do anything. You are all ready to volunteer. Each council member and the mayor get to appoint their own person that can talk to them about the issues. There is only 3 reasons I can think of that this council doesn't support this. 1, they truly do not understand the crisis, which is why it's needed. 2, they just don't care. Or 3, they're putting politics over animals. If this doesn't pass today, because I've heard a lot of things from my council, don't give up. We've worked 5.5 years and come this far. Don't give up. Keep fighting for the animals. But I'm gonna encourage my council to vote for this common sense bill that doesn't cost the taxpayers anything and gives you, or whoever they choose, a voice for our animals. So I move to approve.
Before you move, I would like to make a comment, if you don't mind. If you want to say something too? Okay, why don't you hold off? You will
I'll hold
definitely
off
make the
the rest
motion.
of my, that's
Thank
why I
you so
asked if the
much.
council had anything to say, but they.
Well, thank you, Madam Mayor. I wasn't going to comment, but I can't also let words be put in our mouths. And for someone to make assumptions about the very important decisions we are elected to make on this dais on behalf of our communities. I just cannot let that part just continue to carry over, and that narrative to say that this council doesn't care about animals. I had research done that shows that in my tenure here on the city council, we have run 8 ordinances in advocacy and in concert with the community. And it doesn't take one person to adopt an ordinance. It takes 7 individuals to say yes on the voting machine. So I wanted to make it very clear that it takes the entire council to adopt any ordinances pro our pet community. I came today with an open heart and an open mind and weighing out the pros and the cons as to whether this advisory council is the best step in the next horizon for, I'm not saying it's not, but I think it's incomplete. And some of the speakers that came here today, Ms. Lang saying we need to really hone in on how we're going to implement and deploy solutions. When we speak about when other municipalities and jurisdictions take action and then there's inaction from others, there is a different cause and effect that flows. And I want to stress that just like our unhoused populations don't know our jurisdictional boundaries, our animals don't know our jurisdictional boundaries either. And I really feel from the bottom of my heart that this is a Southern Nevada issue, and we all have to address it in concert with each other. I learned this firsthand last time when we took a look, and it didn't just take the Las Vegas City Council to correct and course correct things that weren't happening. It took North Las Vegas to be on board. It took Clark County to be on board. So I really feel that a multi-jurisdictional entity is what's going to help make those implementations and deployment of strategies, because backyard breeding isn't just happening in Las Vegas. It's happening in North Las Vegas, it's happening in Clark County. Then, if you look at, we had law enforcement from Metro here, but then we also need North Las Vegas to take similar action steps, and all of us need to make sure that we're moving in concert so that we can make headwind into this very unfortunate situation that is happening in our community. So I just wanted to speak for myself and let folks know that I am pro input from the community. I am about getting results, and I am about making sure we're making the best step in the right direction, and I want efficient and I want actionable action steps coming from this entity so that we can deploy them seamlessly and help every single entity that is helping. And I do want to say, for all of those folks that are carrying out the work, thank you. You do God's work day in and day out. We couldn't do it on the city alone. We need and rely on so many of you rescues to continue to do this work. But I think we, the city, can't just do one advisory council and point in case with the unhoused. Now we have the Campus for Hope. We set up our courtyard, but it's not enough for the entire population, and that is case in point. So I just wanted to say I'm not anti an advisory committee. I think we can do bigger and greater things if it encompasses more partners in the work.
Thank you, Councilwoman. And I'm going to speak before Victoria makes her motion. I've listened, and I really appreciate everybody coming down here on a number of occasions and talking to us about this and other potential ordinances that would help our four-legged friends. But I'm going to tell you where I'm coming from, so that there's no misconceptions and everybody walks away understanding how I feel and why I'm going to be voting the way I am. I'm at the age of 74. I find myself in a rather enviable situation. This is my last office. I will not run for another office. I don't need to curry favor. I don't need the publicity. I don't have to please donors or special interest groups. I'm not thinking about my next office. This is where I end, and this is where my legacy will be. I'm here as mayor to do what I believe is in the best interest of the people that I represent, the people of Las Vegas. That is my only motivation. I want to do what's right and what works and what will be successful. I make decisions with no fear or favor. I listen to the facts and I make my decisions that way. If I thought this ordinance would help, I would be supporting it right now. And I'm going to tell you why I am not going to be supporting it. It's not that I don't love animals. It's not that I don't care. It's not that I don't think that these are very important issues. But I believe with all my heart that we need a regional approach to this very, very serious crisis that we have. When I ran for mayor, I talked about collaboration and cooperation across jurisdictional lines, that we are all in Southern Nevada and we all need to work together. I've spoken to the other jurisdictions. I've spoken to a majority of the county commissioners. I've spoken to a majority of the members of the North Las Vegas City Council. I've spoken to the mayor, spoken to the mayor of Henderson, asking if they had an appetite for us all to be working together and on the same page. They all indicated that they were anxious for all of us to be working together. A perfect example of why we should be is the banning of pet shops in Clark County. Prior to that ordinance being passed by the county, there were 2 pet shops in the city of Las Vegas. Now I understand there are 12, if I believe, possibly 10. The reason for that is because when they closed the pet shops in Clark County, they moved over to the city of Las Vegas. We did not solve that problem. All we did is move it. And if we were working collaboratively and cooperatively with each other, that could have been avoided, and it wasn't. I believe we should be working directly with not only our counterparts throughout the Las Vegas Valley, but with animal experts throughout Southern Nevada, veterinarians, those that run the rescues. I know there are a number of people that are here today that run pet rescues. I've met with a number of the pet rescues, and I asked them to please give me what they need. It was almost identical across every pet rescue. They need additional resources. They need additional space. And why are we doing that? What is the problem? We are dealing with human beings that are exhibiting horrible behavior. They abuse their pets, they neglect their pets, they harm their pets. The very people that need to protect them and care for them are the ones that are neglecting, abusing, and abandoning them. The city is spending a great deal of money to help those pets that have been harmed by their owners. We know what the issues are. We have a lack of veterinarians in this community. I know many of them volunteer their time to do spaying and neutering and microchipping, but we don't have enough. Even when they are paid, they're not paid the going rate. They are giving their services so that we can protect the pets. I spoke with Chief Potts, and he assured me that the city is continuing to do the raids against illegal backyard breeders, and we will continue that effort. We know that spaying and neutering is essential. Microchipping is essential. Keeping the data in the microchip up to date is essential. We need to train vets, figure out if there's a way that we can encourage people in that profession to come to Las Vegas and resettle here and help us with spaying and neutering and microchipping so that we can go a long way into helping to help these pets so that they don't breed and just exacerbate the problem. We do hear from our constituents. Everyone here, if they're fielding the same calls and the same emails that I'm getting, we are all very aware of the issue. We need to work together. and again, if I thought that this city animal advisory committee would actually help us solve our problems, I would be all for it. It will not. Meeting 4 times a year with no authority and no binding resolution makes absolutely no sense to me. I think it will, and I listened to Councilman Knudsen when he said that this would be adding another layer between us and our constituents. What are the challenges, and what can I ask you to do? The rescues are desperate for volunteers. They need your help. We should all be dedicating time during the week to go help socialize those pets. We need money. Anybody that has disposable income, and I know from the meetings I've held that many of you out here are using your own money to help feed the pets that are out there and that are abandoned and alone. I know we have a serious feral cat problem, and we're entering kitty breeding season. We need to do everything we can to get those cats off the street, have them spayed and neutered, and returned to their colony. It will save an extraordinary amount of pain and misery with these feral cats if we were able to do that. I know, because I have met them, how many people, as I mentioned before, go into their own pocket to provide food for the feral cats and other pets in this community. Feel free to contact your council member or the mayor if you have a solution to these challenges. But I will continue my efforts. I've spent considerable time at the Animal Foundation. I've been meeting with pet rescues, obviously meeting with our own animal control people, meeting with Chief Potts to make sure we can move forward with the other jurisdictions. Let us think bigger than this ordinance. It's not good enough for our pets, and I guarantee it will not take 6 months to a year to move forward on this. I've already spoken to, as I mentioned at the beginning of my remarks, my fellow elected officials in Southern Nevada. We're all facing the same challenge. And I agree with Olivia, Councilman Diaz. If human beings don't know where they've crossed over from the city to the county, certainly how do our four-legged friends know? That's why we need to have a comprehensive approach to finally deal with these issues and work together as a single community to do what's right. And with that, will you make a motion, Councilwoman Seaman?
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate all that you're doing. The one person that you haven't met with is the person I've worked on this for 5.5 years with all the rescues out here. I just want to say...
My door swings both ways, Victoria. You can come to me anytime you like.
I have. So I would like to just say, please don't give up. Please don't give up. I'm going to move to approve, and I don't want any of you to give up. Keep fighting. Thank you.
Let us vote on the motion. Please post. Motion fails.
Mayor Jeff Dorkek, City Attorney. On this one, I'd like to have an alternative motion on the, if we can get a move to deny it, so the item is taken off the agenda then.
Madam Mayor, I'll move to deny.
All right, please vote. Post. Motion passes. And let me say something to everybody that's here on this issue. I don't want you to give up either. I want you to work with us so that we could make significant progress on an issue that has been with the city and the county and the other jurisdictions for quite a while. This did not happen overnight. And again, we are dealing with very bad human behavior that has created tremendous pain for the pets in this community. And I thank you very much for being here. I listened and I appreciate everything you've said. Are we on? Did we do 43? Okay. Okay. Items number 44 through 46 are on the one motion, one vote agenda, but items 44 and 45 are being pulled for discussion. Item 46 may be considered in one motion, one vote, as it is a routine item with no condition changes. Any person representing an application or a member of the public or member of the council not in agreement with the conditions and all standard conditions for the applications recommended by staff should request to have that item removed from this portion of the agenda. 46, 24-0582-VAC1, applicant owner, NevPro Investments LLC, for possible action on a land use entitlement project request for a petition to vacate a portion of the right-of-way dedication generally located on the southeast corner of Tropical Parkway and Interstate 15, City of North Las Vegas. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval of item 46. This is a public hearing that I now declare open. Is there anyone wishing to be heard on item 46? Okay. Seeing and hearing none, I'll close the public meeting. Mayor Pro Tem, may I have a motion for the one motion, one vote item?
Move to approve.
All right. Please vote. Post. Motion carries. (44) 24-0551 on the following land use entitlement project requests on 5.67 acres at 4491 North Rainbow Boulevard and the southeast corner of Red Coach Avenue and Balsam Street. Item 44A, 24-0551-GPA1 from GC General Commercial and LI-R Light Industrial and Research to PF Public Facility. Item 44B, 24-0551-ZON1 from C2 General Commercial and C-PB Planned Business Park to C-V Civic. Item 44C, 24-0551-SUP1 for a major amendment of an approved special use permit, SUP 53909 for a proposed 23,109 square foot expansion of an existing 55,607 square foot public or private school primary use. 44D, 24-0551-SDR1 for a major amendment of an approved site development plan review, SDR 53910 for a proposed one-story, 35-foot-tall, 23,109 square foot addition to an existing two-story, 56,811 square foot public charter school. The applicant owner is Somerset Academy of Las Vegas. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval on the land use entitlement project. These are in Ward 5, Ms. Summers Armstrong, and our public hearings, which I now declare open. Is the applicant present?
Yes, Your Honor, members of the council. My name is Bob Gronauer, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive. I'm here representing Somerset Academy in these matters that are before you. As a matter of fact, about 12 years ago, I was standing here before the City Council representing Somerset Academy for the initial approval that you see here on the overhead that I'm showing you. This is the existing school. This is Rainbow, this is Red Coach, this is Balsam Street. What we are actually proposing today is an exciting request. It is to add a gymnasium for the school. Because currently the students are using the multi-purpose room. They've been using it since the existence. So the school is able to purchase this property here right on the corner of Balsam and Red Coach. By that is they're going to be proposing a gymnasium. It will have two separate types of gyms. One will be the main gym, and I'll get into that in a little bit, and then we have the auxiliary gym. So fairly exciting here as far as news for the school. We did have a neighborhood meeting. We had a handful of neighbors that came out to listen to the proposal. Generally speaking, the neighbors were happy that this piece of property here has been somewhat of a concern over the years with respect to other applications coming in for other types of uses. But because we're using this as a gym, as a part of the school here, the neighbors were happy to see that this will no longer be an issue for them with future applications. As a matter of fact, one thing I want to point out is, and I'm going to show you with the gym where the gym is going to be constructed. Currently today for ingress and egress, you have Balsam is the major street here where you do have ingress coming in and egress on the property. We have two ingress and egress points here. What we will be doing with the remodel here with the gym, you're only going to have one access out on Balsam, and I'm going to focus on that in a second. What's before you, though, is staff has asked us to make sure we get everything in compliance here with respect to land plan, from the general plan amendment to the zoning. So the general plan is to not only have public facility for the property here under site, but for this property located here also. So we are going to have a public facility, a general plan amendment. We have the zoning for the CV on the property here for all the entire school. And then we had to come back with the use permit again that staff has asked us, along with the site development plan review. So in the upper portion of the property now, this is where the gymnasium is going to be located. As I already pointed out earlier, the gymnasium is going to be about 35 feet in height. You can see it's broken up in different ways. This is the elevation that if you're on Balsam, you'll see the back end of the building. But in working with the councilwoman, what I asked is our architect got together to give you a rendering on Balsam of what you would be seeing in the background in this area here with respect to the trees and the landscaping. Staff has added a condition, subject to the approval of the Planning Commission, that some of the trees have to be 36-inch box trees, which are bigger trees along in this area here along Balsam. But the good news is, I think, as far as everything for the neighbors even that would be up in this area is, as I mentioned earlier, today we have two access points on Balsam. The construction of the new gymnasium, of the main gym and the auxiliary gym, will now remove that access coming out onto Balsam, so you only have one ingress area here, and we have a bigger queuing analysis or queuing on the property itself. So that's going to also clean up the area by us coming in and adding this piece of property to the school, as I'm showing you. The other thing I want to mention is this is mainly, charter schools are mainly commuter schools, okay? And we do have some kids, and I checked with the principal, that we do have two kids that actually will cross Balsam in this area out of the entire school. So we do have a crossing guard and/or, I want to say, another person that is qualified to do traffic crossing in this area, and we have someone up in this area also for traffic crossing purposes purposes if need be. We do have a sidewalk that is located here along Balsam, but the one thing I want to point out is in this area here, this is all fenced off, where there's no access for kids during the day to get out onto the sidewalk or out onto the street. In the back side of the building does not have any public access to Balsam also. So with respect to any concerns from people walking out onto the sidewalks here, it's a detached sidewalk. If anything, for kids darting out onto the street or any of those public safety concerns, we believe that we've been able to address them. As I mentioned, is we have the fencing in the school building located here. We do know we have 2 children that actually cross over Balsam, but we do have traffic control people out there handling that at that point in time. So with that, excited to have this before you. Hopefully we can begin phase 1 within the next couple of years and then finish off phase 2, which would be the auxiliary gym. And this is a much needed amenity for the school. And staff is recommending approval. Your planning commission recommended unanimous approval. And I'm here to answer any other questions that you might have.
Does anybody have any questions before staff makes their report? Yes, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Appreciate your indulgence. For the record, I need to make a disclosure. My 9-year-old son, David, it's his 10th birthday today. Happy birthday, bud. Attends the school. I'm a parent. I intend to vote. It will not affect me any different than any other parent or any other kid. I'm very excited about this new addition, and I think this will vastly improve kid pickup and kid drop-off, which is mildly chaotic now. So thank you, Mr. Gronauer, for all your work, and the councilwoman from Ward 5.
Thank you so much. Anybody else has a okay? Thank you so much, Mr. Grunauer. Yeah, oh, I know. Thank you, thank you. Would staff like to make their report?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Peter Lowenstein for the record. The gymnasium addition will not generate additional traffic, and on-site circulation should improve with the proposed configuration. With implementation of the recommended conditional approval regarding landscaping, the height of the gym building near the west property line can adequately be mitigated. Therefore, staff is recommending approval of all applications. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Is there anyone else wishing to be heard on this item? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Are there any questions and comments anymore from the council?
Madam Mayor?
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, I would just like to say thank you to Mr. Grunauer for coming to speak with me twice and listen to my concerns about ensuring that there was adequate vegetative screening to those neighbors who live across the street. I think that this is really important, not just for the heat island, but also to ensure that as we are bringing new uses into existing old neighborhoods, that we're being respectful to what they see when they come out of their houses every day. And I did tell you that I had a little bit of a concern that we don't have a gate on that far, I think that's north end.
Yeah, this would be up in this area here.
Yes, but I just hope that the young people who are crossing will adhere to the rules of the traffic guards. But I have 3 boys, and you just never know. But hopefully this will go really well, and the increased better circulation is really, really helpful.
Yes.
So if it's okay, Madam Mayor, I'd like to make a motion for approval.
Thank you so much. Shall we vote on the motion?
Councilwoman, that's for all the letters with the item, 44A through D.
Thank you, Mr. Dorcak. Yes, that would be the entire motion. The mom and all the baby that go with this agenda item.
Please post. Okay. All right. All right. Motion passes. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much and have a good day. Thank you.
Agenda item 45. 24-0581-VAR1 variance, applicant owner DN Realty LLC for possible action on a land use entitlement project, request to allow 31 parking spaces where 38 parking spaces are required for a proposed church house of worship on .72 acres at 6950 via Olivero Avenue, Suite 1, PR Professional Office and Parking Zone, Ward 1, Mr. Knutson. The Planning Commission has recommended approval. Staff recommends denial. This is a public hearing. I now declare it open. Is the applicant present?
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Andrea Cuna, and here right behind me, I have Javier Bubrola. We are both here on behalf of our client. We both reside at 296 Eden Avenue. So in regards to this project, Javier, yesterday he met with Mayor Knudsen, and we just wanted to state that we agree with his condition.
Okay, very good. All right. Can I have a staff report?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Mayor, there's no evidence of a unique or extraordinary circumstance that's been presented in that the applicant has created a self-imposed hardship by proposing to operate a use within an office development that cannot accommodate the number of parking spaces required. In view of the absence of any hardships imposed by the site's physical characteristics, staff concludes that the applicant's hardship is preferential in nature and is thereby outside the realm of NRS 278 for granting variances, and staff is recommending denial. Thank you.
Okay, are there any questions or comments from the council members? Okay, seeing none. And the applicant has already agreed to all of the conditions?
Yes.
All right. Is there a motion, Councilman Knudsen?
Yes, Madam Mayor, and I appreciate the fact that you sat here for several hours for 7 parking spaces, so thank you very much. So we talked in our office about, this is a church that'll be held on Sundays for 1 to 2 hours every Sunday. I'm totally fine with that. The condition that we talked about is an administrative review, just to make sure that's what happens. And if anything changes in between now and then, I'll probably hear about it from the neighbors, but reach out and let me know if something changes with regards to what kind of services you're going to provide in that building. So the recommendation I made for a condition is a 1-year administrative review to make sure that everything happens the way you said it would. And Mr. Lowenstein, would you mind reading that into the record?
Through you, Madam Mayor. Sure. The condition would read as follows. A required review shall be conducted 1 year from the date of final approval. If found that the uses associated parking needs are incompatible with the site, the City Council can seek revocation. Thank you.
That makes sense to you?
Yes.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. And with that, I would move to approve with the conditions stated.
Shall we vote on the motion? Perhaps not. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion is carried. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Items 48 through 48C. 24-0375 on the following land use entitlement project requests on 2.18 acres on the south side of Fremont Street, approximately 405 feet southeast of Charleston Boulevard, C2 General Commercial Zone. 48A, 24-0375-VAR1 to allow 84 parking spaces where 95 spaces are required, and to allow 1 loading space where 2 is the minimum required. 48B, 24-0375-VAC1, petition to vacate a 20-foot wide public vehicular access easement along Russell Avenue between Olive and Euclid Avenue. 48C, 24-0375-SDR1 for a proposed 17,820 square foot major auto repair garage development with waivers or parameter landscape buffer and building facade standards. The applicant owner is Green Shack Plaza LLC. The Planning Commission recommends approval on the entire land use entitlement project. Staff recommends approval on 24-0375 VAC1 and denial on 24-0375-VAR1 and 24-0375 SDR1. These are in Ward 3. Ms. Diaz, are the public hearings, which this is a public hearing which I now declare open. Is the applicant present?
Yes, Your Honor. Let me introduce myself. My name's Leo Flangus. I have Hector Sedano, Romeo Sedano here. The owners are the Sedano family and the Flangus family. I also have my project manager, my architect, Ben Ravi, and my architect, Dennis Rusk, if there's happens to be any questions. I wanted to note that there's a small mistake on this writing. There's actually more parking spaces. There was a revision done at the Planning Commission. There's actually 86 parking spaces.
As opposed to the 84?
As opposed to 84, and there was the staff determined that there was no need for a loading zone. So it's 86, and there's actually no minimum loading zone. There wasn't any need. The Planning Commission approved the matter with the one condition that there be 36-inch box trees. We agree with that, and we'll be happy to accommodate that. And with that being said, we ask you to approve the project.
Staff, can you make your report?
Yes, Madam Mayor, thank you. Peter Lowenstein for the record. Staff finds the proposed development will not be harmonious and compatible with the existing development in the surrounding area. This is evident by the requested variance to allow a reduction in required parking, requested waivers to allow reduced widths of landscape buffers along the property lines, and a waiver of Title 19 building design standards to allow metal siding and non-decorative block facades, which are not preferred materials by the city. Staff finds these requests to be self-imposed hardships and thereby recommends denial of the variance in the site development plan review. Staff has no objection to the vacation request as is no longer needed. Therefore, staff recommends approval of the vacation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else wishing to be heard on this issue? Seeing none, we will close the public hearing. And the applicant agrees to all of the conditions?
We do.
Are there any questions or comments from the council? Seeing none, is there a motion, Councilwoman Diaz?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to thank them all for coming to meet with me and also for agreeing to the modifications that were suggested by my planning commissioner. I trust fully in Mr. Schlottman, always vetting projects to bring value to our community. It's been sitting a vacant lot for many, many moons now, and we definitely want something to activate it. Something that we have been struggling in the ward, unfortunately, is folks running mechanic shops where they shouldn't. So hopefully this will be a new location that many of those folks can tap into and hopefully utilize so that we don't have the problem in the residential part of the city, but the work's being done where it's supposed to. So with that, I'm going to move to approve agenda items 48A, B, and C.
All right, thank you very much, Councilwoman. Shall we vote on the motion? Good. Please post. Passed. Thank you very much. Motion is passed. Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Items number 49 through 49D. 4924-0558 on the following land use entitlement project requests on 1.74 acres at 3851 Vegas Drive, C1 Limited Commercial Zone. 49A, 24-0558-VAR1 to allow a 10-foot rear yard setback where 20 feet is required. 49B, 24-0558-VAR2 to allow 5 parking spaces where 10 parking spaces are required. 49C, 24-0558-SUP1 for a major amendment to an approved special use permit U-0006-02 for a proposed expansion of an existing mini storage facility use. 49D, 24-0558-SDR1 for a major amendment to an approved site development plan review Z-0071-955 for a proposed one-story 91-unit addition to an existing 131-unit mini storage development and a proposed parking lot reconfiguration. The applicant owner is DNB Investment Trust. The Planning Commission recommends approval on the land use entitlement project, and staff recommends denial on the land use entitlement project. These are in Ward 5, Ms. Summers Armstrong, and are public hearings, which I now declare open. Is the applicant present?
Good afternoon. My name is Laura Drea with Brown, Brown & Premsruit at 520 South 4th Street, and I'm here on behalf of the property owner. This modification is to memorialize prefabricated storage units that were placed on the site circa 2015. The units were placed on the south and east property lines as shown in this aerial. The areas that they were placed on top of were previously RV and boat storage, and after our client obtained the property, they were mostly just a swath of asphalt collecting the heat at the time. The matter putting these units down presents a 10-foot setback where commercial properties require 20 feet when adjacent to residential. The units are not as imposing as a building would be because they're only 8 feet high. They're not as visible, and they don't compromise the peace or privacy of the neighboring residences. This comes to you with the support of the Planning Commission. However, it was conditioned upon remedying a landscape waiver that was granted in the year 2002. The staff report notes that this waiver is no longer appropriate as the neighborhood is experiencing a heat island. So to remedy that, we consulted with a man named Norm Schilling, who is a reputable arborist in the valley, and our site now proposes 7 new Silver Mountain laurel trees. They're shade trees. And they will provide a shade canopy along the very busy sidewalk, and this is especially beneficial to people waiting at the bus stop. We've also fit 18 new trees along and near the other perimeter walls. So over the last 5 years, the city has approved several mini storage sites, and this matter gives us the opportunity to use existing sites more effectively and more efficiently before allocating even more land to this use. It's also prudent to use the space for the units versus the swath of asphalt, as I previously mentioned. The additions are architecturally compatible, and they have existed for more than 10 years in a harmonious manner. We appreciate the Planning Commission's approval, and we accept all of their added conditions and request your approval as well.
I thank you very much. May I have a staff report?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The existing additional mini storage units were constructed without permits and require relief from setbacks, parking, and landscape standards, which demonstrates the site's inability to accommodate the additional units. No justification relative to the physical characteristics of the property has been provided to warrant the requested variances. As such, these hardships are self-imposed. As the proposed amendments to the special use permit site development are not compatible with surrounding development, staff is recommending denial of all requested entitlements. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is a public hearing. Is there anybody that wishes to be heard? Seeing nobody? The applicant agrees to the conditions?
Yes.
All right. Are there any questions or comments from the council?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to say I appreciate Mr. Brown and Ms. Drazier coming to the office to talk about this project. I made it very clear that I had concerns about the heat island, and they went out and spoke with an expert about how we could deal with some of that with choosing plant material that would block the view from the neighbors, but also provide shade. And again, I say that as we're doing development, we must respect the folks who are already there, and I think that this is a lovely compromise. My staff did go out and look this over and assisted with making these recommendations, and I appreciate that you all were amenable to agreeing. And so with that, I'd like to make a motion for approval.
Okay, shall we vote on the motion?
Madam Mayor, if I may, was there any consideration for an added condition?
Thank you so much for the reminder. Would you please read that into the record before we vote?
Sure thing. Through you, Madam Mayor. The added condition would be an administrative required review of approved landscaping shall be conducted at 6 months and again at 15 months from the date of final approval. Thank you.
Thank you for clarifying that.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And that is to ensure that the landowner is caring for the trees and the landscape so that we are actually realizing the intent of shade and heat reduction. And so I would like to recommend approval for 48. Is that right? I mean,
Madam Mayor.
49, A, B, C, and D.
And the added condition will be
And with
placed
the conditions.
on the site development review, which is C, I believe.
I beg your pardon.
The added condition would be placed on 24-0558-SDR1.
And you accept those conditions as well?
Yes.
All right. All right, shall we vote? Motion passes. Items 51 through 51F. 51, 24-0576 on the following land use entitlement project requests on 21.34 acres located on the south side of Kyle Canyon Road, approximately 1,000 feet west of the Chambers Road alignment. 51A, 24-0576, GPA1 from PCD, Planned Community Development to L, Low Density Residential. 51B, 24-0576-ZON1 from U, Undeveloped PCD, Planned Community Development, General Plan Designation to R-SL Residential Small Lot. 51C, 24-0576-VAR1 to allow streets that do not conform to Title 19.04 development standards for street terminus wide and connectivity. 51D, 24-0576-VAR2 to allow walls that do not conform to Title 19.06 development standards for height. 51E, 24-0576-VAC1, petition to vacate U.S. government patent easements and portions of the right-of-way, west half of Wolfman Drive and north half of Iron Mountain alignment. And 51F, 24-0576-TMP1, Iron Mountain and Pulley Shellstone for a proposed 114-lot single-family residential subdivision. The applicant is Richmond America Homes of Nevada, Inc., and the owner is SDE 50057 Irrevocable Business Trust et al. The Planning Commission recommends approval on the entire land use entitlement project. Staff recommends approval on 24-0576-GPA1, Zone 1, and VAC1, and denial on 24-0576-VAR1, VAR2, and TMP1. These are in Ward 6, Ms. Bruni, and our public hearings, which I now declare open. Is the applicant present?
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of the council. Stephanie Gronauer, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive, here on behalf of the applicant Richmond American Homes. On your overhead here, I've got the property highlighted in yellow. It's a little over 21 acres, just to the south of Kyle Canyon Road. The street alignment to the south of the property is Iron Mountain Road, and the pulley alignment will bisect, the property bisects the pulley alignment. To better orient you, this is immediately north of what's known as the Sky Canyon Master Plan Community. So this is the Sky Canyon Master Plan Community. You can see here, this is the property highlighted and crosshatched just to the northwest of Sky Canyon. It's a really great parcel because, as you can see, to the south of the site is the Red Rock National Conservation Area, so that'll remain forever open space. Also to the west of us, to the east of us, and a portion of the north is all BLM property. So for quite some time, this property is going to have quite a bit of open space around it, and forever to the south it will be open space. So when you see the lots, there's going to be some pretty spectacular lots in this community. The reason I also wanted to show the orientation to Sky Canyon is just to the south of the property is a trailhead that's being developed by the master plan, the master developer for Sky Canyon. So that's a great amenity for this community, that they can just cross the street and be at that trailhead. Also, the Officer Igor Soldo Memorial Park is just to the east of the property. And then you can see there's 2 new schools coming in Sky Canyon. So this is a great location, a great opportunity for these new residents to also benefit from the amenities of Sky Canyon. Quickly, that trailhead that's just to the south, I just wanted to show the design because, again, it's going to be a great amenity for this Richmond community. It'll have horse trailer parking as well as some park area, and when you see our site plan, we've got a gathering space where people can gather and then walk over to this trailhead. So really nice amenity across the street. This property is part of the Kyle Canyon Special Area Plan that's contemplated. The draft is out. It's not yet made it to you, but this is the map that's in that current draft. So I just wanted to show where the property is located in that Kyle Canyon Special Area Plan. All of it in yellow in this draft is planned for 4 units to 8.5 units to the acre. There's a portion that's orange as well that is planned for all the way up to 12.5 units to the acre. I point that out just because this project is about 5 units to the acre, 5.3 units to the acre, so very much on the low end of the density that's contemplated in this area for Kyle Canyon. And this is the site plan. So as I mentioned, Iron Mountain will basically dead end into this property. This is Iron Mountain Road. The trailhead I was just referencing is just to the south of this. The pulley alignment is bisected by the property here. So here's the pulley alignment, and then Radley is the street that will run north of the property. There's an access point off of Radley and then obviously off of Pulley as well. There's 114 lots proposed, and I'm using this site plan because in red are several changes we made at the request of Commissioner Taylor at Planning Commission. She asked us to add some amenities and increase some of the open space, and so we did that, and this has been submitted to staff. In the center of the site, you can see there's an increased open space area where we'll have a tot lot. We're going to do a desert theme for that tot lot at the request of Councilwoman Bruni's request. I know she had to leave, but it'll be really cool. It'll be kind of tortoise themed with some desert amenities in that open space area. In the corner, there'll be pedestrian access as well as some benches and pet stations. And then, as I mentioned, down in the southern corner, there'll be some benches, some bike racks, and a trail that gets to the community so that people can kind of meet here and then cross the street to go to the trailhead. One of the variances that was read into the record relates to connectivity, and the reason we had some struggles with connectivity is because, as I mentioned, we're basically surrounded by BLM. So to meet that connectivity ratio, we can't connect to the BLM to the west, to the south, or to the east. And so a little reduction in that connectivity, but we've made up with it by making sure we do have connectivity throughout down to this trailhead and all of the amenities in the area. We also have a variance for walls, and the reason is from west to east, there's about a 45-foot drop because you are at the edge of the mountain, at Red Rock. So there's going to be a lot of retaining that's going to go west to east, and so we've asked for an additional 2 feet of retaining. That's the reason for that variance request. Finally, we have stub streets located here that'll have pedestrian access. That is a variance that we asked for, as well as private streets without gates. So in the city, if we can do the private street standards, but they want us to gate them, we'd like to keep this open and as opposed to gating the community, and that necessitated the variance. The Planning Commission recommended approval of the application in its entirety. There are some added conditions that were added at Planning Commission that are already in your backup, conditions 3 through 5. And they related to those amenities I just walked you through. Also, we agreed to all single-story homes on this western edge and on the southern edge, and those are the lots I was referring to that'll just be really special lots because they'll back right up to that Red Rock Conservation Area. So all of these lots will be one-story homes. And then we agreed to meet the Sky Canyon standards. Since we are so close to the master plan community of Sky Canyon, we'll have it look and feel like Sky Canyon. So that's already a condition that is in your backup and was imposed at Planning Commission. So with that said, I'm happy to answer any questions, but we'd really appreciate your approval today for this new project.
Thank you. Let's hear what the staff has to say.
Thank you, Mayor. Staff finds the proposed general plan designation and zoning district aligns with the vision for the City of Las Vegas 2050 Master Plan Kyle Canyon area and therefore recommends approval of both applications. Additionally, staff has no objections to the vacation requests and recommends approval of the requested petition to vacate. Staff is unable to support variance requests for substandard streets that include stub terminuses and do not meet the street width requirements for a private street without a gate. Therefore, staff recommends denial of both variances and the tentative map. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Does the applicant agree to all of the conditions that have already been specified?
Yes.
This is an open hearing. Is there anybody wishing to address the council on this matter? Seeing none, I'll close the public meeting. Are there any questions or comments from the city council members? In that case, is there a motion, Mayor Pro Tem Knudsen?
Madam Mayor, thank you very much for the presentation. I know Councilwoman Bruni has been working closely with you all, and I'm sure her residents as well. So I feel comfortable with it based on the Planning Commission's recommendation. Mr. Lowenstein, are there any other conditions that need to be read into the record?
Through you, Madam Mayor, no, there are not.
Okay, thank you very much. With that, I'm going to move to approve items 51, A, B, C, D, E, and F.
Shall we vote on this motion? Please post. Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Items 52 through 52F. 52, 24-0578- on the following land use entitlement project requests on 11.5 acres at the southwest and southeast corner of Mead Avenue and Riggle Avenue, M Industrial Zone. 52A, 24-0578-VAR1, to allow a proposed 80-foot tall off-premise sign where 40 feet is the maximum allowed, and to allow a 1,620 square foot sign area where 672 is the maximum allowed. 52B, 24-0578-VAR2, to allow a proposed 60-foot tall off-premise sign where 40 feet is the maximum allowed, and to allow the off-premise sign to be attached to a wall where the sign is required to be detached and permanently secured to the ground. 52C, 24-0578-VAR3, to allow proposed wall signs that exceed 20% of a building elevation, to allow a proposed roof sign that exceeds the maximum area and maximum height allowed, and to allow proposed incidental signs that exceed the maximum number, maximum height, and maximum area allowed. 52D, 24-0578-SUP1, for a proposed 80-foot tall, 27-foot by 60-foot off-premise sign not qualifying as a city communications sign use. 52E, 24-0578-SUP2 for a proposed 60-foot tall, 30-foot by 20-foot off-premise sign not qualifying as a city communication sign use. 52F, 24-0578-MSP1 for a proposed master sign plan for an approved commercial development. The applicant owner is FBLV District 2 LLC. The Planning Commission recommends approval of the entire land use entitlement project. Staff recommends denial of the entire land use entitlement project. These are in Ward 3, Ms. Diaz, and our public hearings, which I now declare open. Is the applicant present?
Good afternoon, Jennifer Lazovich, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive, here tonight on here today on behalf of the applicant. This is what we call District 2. Area 15 itself sits just south of Sirius Avenue. What's before you today are a couple of things. One is the master sign plan for District 2 that talks about a lot of the signs that'll be in and around, both facing the streets and internal to our project. And then in addition to that, and this gives you an idea of what some of that wall signage and an internal sign might look like. Plus, we'll add additional signage for individual tenants as they come in. The application also talks about a use permit for 2 off-premise signs. One of those off-premise signs will sit right here on the garage. We are building a garage with this project that sits just to the west part of Rigel Avenue, and that garage-facing sign will face east. It is at a height of 60 feet. However, it will not be visible to the freeway because the buildings that sit within District 2 are right around 55 feet, so the height of that blocks any visibility. But since it sits on the garage, by definition, anything we advertise, and that could be anything, is considered to be off-premise. So that's the use permit that we're seeking for the off-premise sign right here. And then right along the Rancho frontage, we are asking to do an additional off-premise sign. It will be in the shape like this. If you drive on the 15 and you see on Area 15 proper, we have a similar, not quite the same size, but a similar sign right there that allows for off-premise messaging as well there. The difference with that sign is there is no sound wall immediately before it. However, with this particular one, as you're traveling on the adjacent 15, there's a sound wall for a good amount of distance, and this exhibit right here, although hard to see, you can see right there and right there, those are the existing static off-premise signs that are there today at a height of 65 feet, and really you can't really see them as you travel southbound. So what we want to do is raise the height of that off-premise sign right along Rancho Drive to be 80 feet. That's one of the requests that we're making, and the reason for that is because of the sound wall visibility as you're traveling in that direction. As we stay on this sign, at the Planning Commission, we made some additional changes. The portion of this sign, the upper portion of this sign, will be the only part that is meant for off-premise messaging, and the change that we made is to make that the size of that sign be 14 by 48. What we mean right there is this top part where the off-premise messaging is going to be. And so that is consistent with a lot of your other traditional off-premise signs along the freeway to be 14 by 48 or 672 square feet. We do have a band that's underneath that says Area 15. We will use that for branding of the site, Area 15, or other tenants that are on the site, but that's considered the on-premise portion of that sign. However, the way your code reads, you have to look at the whole sign as a whole for square footage. So the nuance of what we did there with the Planning Commission, again, is the upper part that is intended to be used for off-premise messaging matches the existing size for typical other off-premise signs of 14 by 48. So we have a size increase. That was the other part of that application. We do have a condition that just to the north of this, as I referenced some of these smaller signs, in order to meet the distance separation, we will need to remove an existing off-premise sign that is at a height of 65 feet just to the north. That's a condition of approval. We accept it. We will be removing that sign, and then once we do, we meet the spacing between the off-premise messaging signs along the Rancho frontage. So with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you so much. May we have a staff report?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Staff finds the proposed master sign plan not to be compatible with the surrounding area as evidenced by the requested variances. Therefore, staff has recommended denial of all applications. Thank you.
Thank you so much. This is a public hearing. Does anyone wish to address the council on this issue? Seeing none, do you accept all of the conditions?
Yes, we do.
All righty. Are there any questions or comments from the council? Okay, thank you very much. Is there a motion, Councilwoman Diaz?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Following Planning Commission's approval, I'm going to move to approve agenda items 52A through 52F with whatever conditions Mr. Lowenstein may have under his sleeve. Are there any?
Through you, Madam Mayor, no, there's no additional conditions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Diaz. Shall we vote on the motion? Please post. Motion passes. Thank you so much. Agenda items 53 through 53E. 53, 24-0588 on the following land use entitlement project requests on 9.34 acres adjacent to the west side of the Alpine Ridgeway alignment, approximately 310 feet south of the Kyle Canyon Road. 53A, 24-0588-GPA1 from MLA Medium Low Attached Density Residential and PCD Planned Community Development to ML Medium Low Density Residential. 53B, 24-0588-ZON1 from U Undeveloped PCD Planned Community Development, General Plan Designation, and R-TH Single Family Attached to R-SL Residential Small Lot. 53C, 24-0588-VAR1 to allow proposed retaining and perimeter walls that do not conform with the Title 19.06 Development Standards for Height. 53D, 24-0588-VAC1, petition to vacate U.S. government patent easements and a portion of the right-of-way. Larry McBird, street alignment. 53E, 24-0588-TMP1, Alpine Ridge West 10, for a proposed 54-lot, single-family residential subdivision with a waiver or parameter landscape buffer requirements. The applicant is Tri Point Homes, Nevada, Inc., and the owner is B-NW L1 LLC et al. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval on the entire land use entitlement project. These are in Ward 6, Ms. Bruni, and our public hearings, which I now declare open. Is the applicant present?
Good afternoon again, Jennifer Lazovich, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive, here today on behalf of Tri Point Homes. We appreciate both staff and the Planning Commission recommending approval of these items. The wall height variance sits on our west side. Given the drainage and topography out here, that's the reason why we're asking for that wall height variance. We do sit right to the north of a soon-to-be city park, and it is for a single-family detached project. In addition to the city park, which sits to the south of us, we are providing an internal park for our residents, and again, we appreciate staff and Planning Commission recommending approval.
Thank you so much. Is there a staff report?
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor, staff finds the proposed general plan designation and zoning district align with the vision for the City of Las Vegas 2050 plan, master plan, Cow Canyon area, and therefore recommends approval of both. Additionally, staff has no objections to the vacation request and recommends approval of the requested petition to vacate. The site is encumbered by extreme grade change, and staff supports the requested variance for wall heights and recommends approval of both the variance and the associated tentative map. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Does the applicant agree to the conditions?
Yes, we do.
All right. Are there any questions or comments from members of the council? Seeing none, is there a motion, Councilman Knudsen?
Yes, Mayor. I know Councilwoman Bruni had to leave. I know she's been working with the applicant and with staff and her constituents. I feel comfortable, given the Planning Commission's recommendation, that I'm going to move to approve on items 53A, B, C, D, and E.
Thank you. Shall we vote on the motion? All those in favor? Oh, here we go. Okay. Please post. Oh, you're not? Okay, we're going to verbal vote this anyway. Okay, passed.
Thank you very much.
Okay, very good. Okay. Does she need a moment? Do you need a moment to fix that? Okay, very good. Then items number 54 through 54D. 54, 24-0629 on a land use entitlement project request on 253.51 acres at the southwest corner of Alta Drive and Rampart Boulevard. 54A, 24-0629-GPA1 from GTC General Tourist Commercial, M Medium Density Residential, and OS Parks, Recreation, and Open Space to PCD Planned Community Development. 54B, 24-0629-CON1 from PD Planned Development, R3 Medium Density Residential, and R-PD7 Residential Planned Development, 7 units per acre to PD Planned Development. 54C, 24-0629 SDR1 for a proposed planned community development consisting of single-family detached residential units, single-family attached townhome residential units, and multifamily condominium units for a total count of 1,480 units. 54D, 24-0629-TMP1, Badlands for a single-family attached and detached residential subdivision with multifamily residential condominium units for a total count of 480 units. The applicant is Greystone Nevada LLC, and the owners are the City of Las Vegas, 180 Land Company LLC, 4 Stars Ltd, and 70 Acres LLC. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval of the entire land use entitlement project. These are in Ward 2, Ms. Seaman, and this is a public hearing, which I now declare open. Is the applicant present?
Good afternoon again, Mayor, members of the council. Stephanie Gronauer, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive, here on behalf of the applicant Lennar Homes. Before I get into the presentation, I want to first thank your staff. They're tremendous and have really worked hard on this project with the leadership of Mike Jansen and all of the city staff. So we very much appreciate their recommendation of approval. Also, the Planning Commission's recommendation of approval. I know they put a lot of time and energy into understanding this application, and we really appreciated their recommendation. This property, as you know, has a long history. I was here for the the beginning of the history almost 10 years ago, actually, with the property owner. So this is an exciting day to see us moving forward with development for the city, for the landowner, and of course for the Lennar as the master developer of this property. As you can see on this overhead, this is the former Badlands golf course. It is over 250 acres of land. It's obviously an infill project, so with that comes some difficulties that I'll outline as I go through this. It's also a former golf course, so there's all kinds of topography issues and things that we're faced with as this project gets developed. But it's really, really an exciting, good day to be here and to present this project. Just quickly to orient you, to the west is Wallapai, to the north is Alta, to the south is Charleston, and to the east is Rampart. The applications that are before you are a GPA, or General Plan Amendment. In pink is the application we're asking for, which is PCD, is the general plan. The reason we're asking for that is it allows the plan development zoning category. The plan development zoning category actually will allow us to treat this like a master plan community. We're establishing our own standards. There's a lot that goes into that PCD and PD application, but the beauty of it is you can create your own community, and so it really is a wonderful tool. So this is the GPA to the PCD designation. From a zoning perspective, on the left is the current zoning, on the right is that planned development category that we're asking for in pink. I do want to just quickly go over the current zoning because that has been the hot topic in the courts for several years now. You can see everything in this yellow that's the same as the Queens Ridge development surrounding it is zoned RPD 7. That's an old zoning category. You don't have it in the city any longer, but it allowed up to 7 units to the acre, and that's the current zoning. The corner is R3, so it's a little bit darker yellow. You can see the R3 zoning on that corner, and the request is to zone it to PD, which is similar to what Queens Ridge right next to it, the Queens Ridge Towers is zoned also PD zoning. And again, that allows us to establish our own standards and development rules as we move forward. As I mentioned just quickly, the history, I'm just going to touch on it because I do think it's important for this council. I know none of you were here for those prior votes that put all of us in this position, but it is an important thing to understand. So back in 1981, the property was zoned RPD 7. So it contemplated that if, God forbid, the golf course ever closed, that it was zoned residential. So it was zoned RPD 7 way back in 1981. It was affirmed in 1996 by the city that it was zoned RPD 7. In 2001, it also, again, was affirmed by the city that it was RPD 7. And then in 2014, when this landowner bought the property, it was again affirmed by the city that it was RPD 7. So there's no doubt about it. The Supreme Court has also ruled on it, and this is just a little blurb from one of their rulings, that the property is hard zoned RPD 7 and allows for single family and multifamily zoning. And again, your staff has been great about helping us navigate this and recommending approval of our request. So that's just a little background. The property is not in great shape right now, unfortunately, because it's been sitting vacant. I brought some pictures just to show you. This is the corner of Alta and Hualapai.
Could you move the mic? Yeah.
Yes, sorry about that. Alta and Hualapai, so not in great shape. This at one point was a pond on the corner with trees and landscaping, and it has sat in disarray for quite some time. So the proposal, when you see it, it'll be really exciting to see all of this changed and cleaned up and looking like the community it once was. Again, just some photos of some of the trees that were cut down, unfortunately. Here's that pond I mentioned that is sitting empty. Some of the state of the course. This is at the corner of Rampart and Alta. You can see Queens Ridge Towers in the background. And again, the streetscape, unfortunately, with some of the trees that are cut down. So the good news is we're here with a solution, and that's the moving forward. I think the excitement and hopefully reception from the residents in the area as we move forward, as all of the improvements and wonderful things that are yet to come. So quickly, let me get into conceptually what this will look like. The neighbors have asked for, most importantly, what's it going to look like when we pull into Queensridge. We want to know how it'll look. Some of that entry area right here at Palace Court in Charleston has really been a focal point. Many neighbors asked us that. So you'll see kind of the cartoon colors here is the new community. In theory, they will be so cohesive that you may not even know they're two separate communities if you didn't live in there or know the history of it. But there will be ample landscaping at this corner, some type of decorative block wall or view fencing, obviously, to separate the two communities, because the two communities will act as two separate communities. They will not share any of the streets or amenities or anything from a usability standpoint. But aesthetically, we want them to obviously jive and make them look like they are one community. So this gives you an idea when you pull into Queensridge what that will look like. Also, the community will be gated in all regards, and so this is a sample entry monument area where you'll have the gate for this new community. Also, it will not be named Badlands. There will be a new refreshing name that will be released at some point, but this is conceptual again,
Good
a
lands.
monumentation. Yes, exactly, good lands. Something that will be great for the community, but this is an idea of sort of a clean, modern look with the monumentation and entry look to the community. Again, just some samples of the landscaping on Palace Court and how that will blend with the community, and then again on Regent Park also. So conceptually, lots of landscaping. In fact, we have 98 acres of open space. So out of the over 250 acres, 98 of it will remain open space, which is significant. So on to the plan. Here is the plan that's before you. The most relevant thing for everyone to understand is the prior plan 10 years ago was for over 3,000 units. And the court has held that that was allowed for some number around there. The current zoning on the property allows around 2,500 units, just with that RPD 7 and the R3 zoning. What we're proposing is 1,480 today, so half of what was previously proposed. Also in the purchase and sale agreement, we are allowed to go up to 1,750 units. So this is well below that, but Lennar wanted to make sure they did a really thoughtful and great job at proposing product that will be compatible and harmonious with Queensridge and really sell. Obviously, they have every reason to want this community to be so successful. They want to sell great homes in great price points, and so that's why we're so low in the density. The density is about 5.8 units to the acre total. Most of it is single-family detached houses. The colors reflect the different product types. The multifamily will be on the corner here, so you can see this sort of finger area, and then this corner will have 2-story townhomes and 3-story condos, and that is the highest product that you'll see on this entire property. The rest of it, all the other colors are 2-story detached single-family homes, a variety of different sizes. The corner up here in the northwest will likely be the first one to go from a development perspective, and the reason is it is not located in the flood zone. So as I mentioned, there's a ton of work that needs to be done to make sure that this property is safe. There's a significant drainage system that has to be put in underground, and there's a lot of steps with the studies that we have to go through before construction can begin. But this will be that first one. These are 1/4-acre lots in this corner. There'll be a mix of 1 and 2 stories. There will be a gate located on this community. In fact, 2 gates on Wallapai right here. There will be a gate at Alta with a main entry here for both the multifamily and the single-family detached. There will be a park located right here with possibly some kind of community center for the residents. That has not all been determined yet. There's obviously a lot still to come, but there's a large park area here. And then there's also an access point on Rampart down in the corner where there will be a new bus turnout also. So all of the studies have yet to be completed. Like any other application, they're conditioned as part of the application. So we will still have to do a traffic study. We still have to do a drainage study. We still have to do, all of the engineering work and the improvement plans that come along with it and that developers don't pay for on the front end until they have an approved project. But a lot of that work to be done still is exciting, and we hope to work with Queensridge HOA on this because there really are a lot of things in those studies that we could probably work together on to potentially improve their current community and also benefit our community as well. So this is the proposal, 1,480 lots. There are some really cool product types in these narrow ravine areas that will be new to the market. Lennar's bringing a new product that they have developed in other communities. These are really big, large, expensive homes, but they're on wider and shorter lots, so it'll have a really beautiful streetscape, and I'll show you in a minute those elevations, but very expensive homes in these peak lots in this area. All right. Quickly, the open space. As I mentioned, this is our open space exhibit. You can see in green is everything that is that 98 acres of open space. And they really did a great job of laying it out to make sure that the existing homes everywhere around it are surrounded by some sort of open space. One thing I couldn't get across at the neighborhood meeting that we had was what those distances are to everyone's home. When you have a neighborhood meeting with that number of people, it was difficult to be able to tell everyone what those distances are. But there were probably 20 neighbors that talked to us individually, and we put together exhibits that showed them exactly how far their home was away, what the distance separation was, what the elevation change is, because much of this property is actually much lower than Queensridge. So when it looks, you see it on a map, it looks like you're going to be neighbors in the real sense of next to each other. Most of this community will be a lot lower than the Queensridge development. There's some areas that are closer to the same grade, but for the most part, a lot of it is much lower. We have development standards and design guidelines that have been submitted. A couple of questions that neighbors had for us that we have clarified and corrected in this is there was a mix-up on the designation for low that said we could go up to 15 units to the acre. That's not true. It's more like up to 8 units to the acre, so we've corrected that. Residents were asking about height. So this is the single-family detached that does have a maximum height of 35 feet. That's important because people wanted to know, what the maximum height is. Most of Lennar's homes are not that tall. They're under 30 feet for the most part, there are the two-story homes. Also, all of the zoning categories have height limitations. So in the multifamily, the tallest here is 45, and I think you can go up to 60, but we don't have any of that product planned right now at all. Let me show you the elevations. So the homes I was just referring to, in that northwest corner, there will be some 1- and 2-story really large homes. These are samples of some of them, conceptual samples. This is some conceptual of the multifamily at the corner. And then this is a concept of that wide and shallow design I was telling you that will be new to the valley and really is a beautiful streetscape, really expensive, nice large home that will be on those pink lots. So that's a sample of the architecture. Finally, I just want to touch on some of the neighbors' concerns because this has been managing a lot of people. As I mentioned, we did do the required neighborhood meeting. We had probably 200 people there with a mix of feelings and emotions that have been going on for a really long time. Not the most productive forum to actually have real discussions, but fortunately, after Planning Commission, a lot of neighbors individually came to us and talked to us. And I've put in here, these are in red, the 20 people that sent in protest cards, which I'm proud of because I hope that means that we really did address some of their questions or concerns, that there's only 20 protest cards. And then I've got a chart in here of all the folks we spoke to, and I'll just show you a sample of what we provided to them. So we would put their home on a map next to our proposed lots and show them how far the distance was and what the elevation grade was. So we sent these out to about 20 people, and I just wanted to give you that example that's in your packet here so you can see that we did work with them. Also, some concerns that they also raised were security. We want them to know that this will be a gated community. If anything, it'll certainly improve security, because right now you can walk right onto that golf course. It's not a safe situation. So security will certainly be improved. Drainage will definitely be improved. Right now, that golf course is not the safest. You know, it was intended to be a golf course, and if flows come through there, it's not a real safe situation. So the plan is to put that drainage underground and then develop the homes, which will really, really improve the safety of not only our residents, but also the Queensridge residents. The product type, some people had asked for us to do products similar to Queensridge. You can't replicate Queensridge. It's a beautiful community with a whole bunch of different types of homes, different sizes, different lots. We're gonna have the same thing, a whole bunch of different types of homes, different sizes, different lots. Some of them will be that modern look, because that's what home buyers want today. However, we've listened, some neighbors have asked us to do some of the more traditional style, and we're happy to continue to look at that, obviously. The products will probably change between now and the time this project is actually built out. Some folks had asked about schools and traffic. So I do want to touch on the schools. There are a lot of schools in this area. I've got a map. They're not all public, but this map shows you in red all of the schools that are in this general area. So from a school perspective, that's not your venue, this is not the venue for schools, but it is important to know that there are a lot of public and private schools in the area. So when these residents come in here, the demographic probably will be a lot of them will send their children to private schools, which are all over this place, but there's also a number of public schools in the area as well. So I wanted to touch on that. Traffic, we've got some letters from Westwood Engineering in this as well, where they did an analysis of the prior application. The prior application was for 3,000 units. This is half that, so traffic will be significantly less than what was previously approved by the city in that traffic study. So our study, though it's not done, will be a lot less than the prior approved study. Same with the drainage. There's a letter in there to evaluate the drainage as well as the sewer for the property. So we have done that front-end analysis, and it's included in the application. Residents had asked if the product would be for sale only. It will be for sale only. That's all Lennar does, is for sale product. So for sale townhomes, for sale condos, 3-story condos, and then obviously the detached for sale product. The development timeline, we will get out there as soon as we can, and we've worked with your staff. I know Lucian has a revised condition, I believe, to get out there and do a clear and grub. So scrape the property, clean it, get it secured, do as much as we can before we actually need a construction permit. So that's the goal, that's the plan. So hopefully we can do that as soon as possible. And then again, as I said, that first phase will probably be in that northwest corner. There are some improvements on Queensridge that encroach onto the golf course, and Lennar has generously said that they will not ask homeowners to remove their improvements. There are a lot of homeowners that have encroached. So I want to just put that on the record. I think that's part of who Lennar is. They're a really, really good community partner, and they're going to work with those residents that have pools, fences, landscaping that are encroaching on this land and make sure that they don't have to remove their improvements. So that has been a concern that was raised as well. And then finally, changes to the plan. People have asked, what if you come back and ask for twice as many units? Well, that's not the plan, but if we were, just to make everyone feel comfortable, we'd have to come right back before you to ask for any increases in anything. So there's nothing in this application that allows us to go even 1 unit above the 1,480. That's all we're asking for today. If things change, which sometimes they do in master plan communities, I've been before you with Summerlin and Sunstone and all of those master plan communities making changes, because as time goes on, things evolve. But as of right now, their plan is exactly what you see before you and what we're asking for you to approve today. We've got a couple of revised conditions that I worked with Peter and Lucian on, and I'm sure they'll read into the record. What they are is concessions that we've made for certain neighbors to do some added landscaping, some rows of big trees to act as a better buffer, and then also that condition that allows us to clear and grub, which again, we appreciate your staff working with us to get out there to do that. So with that said, that's all I've got for my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions. I think it says a lot that there's not a room full of neighbors here, which is great. We've really worked hard to communicate the best we can. I know they're not all happy, but I do hope that they'll be proud of their neighboring community. I know I'll be proud to, I am proud to represent it, and I think it'll be really exciting for the city. So we'd very much appreciate your approval.
Thank you. Is there a staff report?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Peter Lowenstein for the record. Staff finds the proposed densities associated with the general plan amendment and rezoning to be compatible with the surrounding area, as well as the plan development design guidelines and tentative map. Therefore, staff is recommending approval of all land use entitlement requests. If approved, staff has the following condition amendments to add to the record. Amend condition of approval number 6 of 24-0629-STR1. Submitted landscape plan shall include the following: add a row of 24-inch box trees 20 feet on center on the eastern boundary of the properties between lots 1267 and 1275 to buffer the adjacent homes on Collingtree in Queensridge. Second bullet point, add a row of 24-inch box trees 20 feet on center behind lots 195 and 197 to buffer homes on Verlaine Court in Queensridge. Third bullet point, add a row of 24-inch box trees 20 feet on center behind lots 458 through 482 to buffer the homes on Province Garden in Queensridge. The next amended condition is condition number 21 of 24-0629-TMP1. The second sentence to read as follows on that condition: a master drainage plan and technical drainage study must be submitted and approved by the Department of Public Works prior to the issuance of any building permit or grading permits, except for the clearing and grubbing permit, which may include removing vegetation, debris, or other obstacles from the site. Semicolon, no stockpiling or grading will be allowed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Does the applicant agree to all of the conditions?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. This is a public meeting. Does anybody wish to address the council? Please come forward. Would you state your name for the record?
Christian Spalding.
Mayor Jeff Dorkak, City Attorney. Like the earlier item, would you like to put a limit on the amount of time for the public hearing?
Are we seeing only one person? Go right ahead.
Okay, thank you. That actually kind of segues nicely into my first point, which centers on what happened at the Planning Commission hearing. As you're aware, this came before the Planning Commission on January 14th, which was, I believe, a Tuesday night. And after sitting through 3 hours of deliberations on minute details of city ordinances and regulations, such as tree composition in small parking lots, Lennar made its presentation, and after which the residents of Queensridge were told that they could have 1 minute to speak. Now, it wouldn't take much to understand that the residents were outraged, and I spoke second, and at that time I got up and started spouting off several of the issues that I have with this proposal, and there were dozens of Queensridge residents in the audience who offered to surrender their time to me. I'm forever grateful that they allowed me to complete my thoughts. However, I believe that in attempting to limit the public comments, at the last minute, the Planning Commission violated the Nevada open meeting laws, which require that any restriction on public comment must be specifically stated on the agenda. Now, why is this important? Because any action taken by a public body in a meeting that violates Nevada open meeting laws is void. Not voidable, void. So taking this to the next step, you would understand that the process for review and approval of a general plan amendment or a tentative map or the site development review requires that the plan be approved by the Planning Commission before it's approved by the City Council. So
Can't hear you.
in my,
Okay. Would you, I guess, speak a little more to
Okay.
the mic? And if you could tell us what your issues are.
Sure. Well, I think this is important because this council needs to understand the significance of what they're deciding today. So my first point is that the Planning Commission's proposed approval of this plan was, should be deemed void, and I firmly believe that if the courts of Nevada were presented with this issue, they would agree. Now, moving along. I want to kind of, if I may, read some poignant words that relate to this particular piece of land. It's well-established law in Nevada that zoning must conform to the master plan, not the other way around. Pursuant to that statute, municipal entities must adopt zoning regulations that are in substantial agreement with the master plan. The city's Unified Development Code provides it's the intent of the City Council that all regulatory decisions made pursuant to this title be consistent with the general plan. For purposes of this section, consistency with the general plan means not only consistency with the plan's land use and density designations, but also consistency with all policies and programs of the general plan, including those that promote compatibility of uses and densities and orderly development consistent with available resources. Since at least 1992, the city's general plan has set forth the city's policy to maintain the golf course property for parks, open space, and recreation. The city has an obligation to plan for these types of things, and when engaging in its general plan process, choose to maintain the open space use for this area that was specified in the 1989 McCurdy Ranch Master Development Plan. The zoning for the planned development district as a whole does not confer vested rights to develop any particular parcel in a manner that does not conform with the master planning documents. For someone that's intimately familiar with the Badlands litigation, that passage may seem very familiar, and that's for good reason. That was a direct quote from the City of Las Vegas's motion to dismiss the petition for judicial review in one of the Badlands cases. At that time, and over the course of the past 7 years, the city has been adamant and aggressively defended the development of the development of the Badlands property must be appropriate and must be an appropriate use of the land. But now, the city seemingly jumped ship on that position with no reason other than their need of funds. In fact, even more concerning is that this very council felt so aligned with this position that on multiple occasions they approved the allocation of millions of dollars of taxpayer funds to pursue this defense. Now, however, the city's switched teams and they're trying to perform damage control, trying to cut its losses, and save face by discreetly advocating for and even coordinating an egregious misuse of the Badlands. But the answer to the city's problem is not this application. And I want to make clear something. I'm not up here today to advocate that this land may not be developed. I'm here to advocate that this proposal is an improper use of this land. And I will demonstrate why. On one hand, this application represents the developer's exploitation of a city desperate to avoid embarrassment for years of litigation losses. On the other hand, this application is the direct result of a new administration eager to set itself apart as the administration that finally resolved the Badlands dilemma. Either way, this overly myopic approach is not only improper, but it goes against every regulation the city and state have put in place. In doing this, the city and Lennar are trying to saddle the people of Queensridge with the bill for its unsuccessful litigation decisions. In fact, according to the settlement terms sheet approval, the city will fund this settlement with insurance funds, a separate distinct fund, and this sale. So it's not conjecture to say that the city will effectively be off the hook with the $350 million they'll receive from this sale. But while there are dozens of faults in this application, I want to speak now on the significance of the council's decision today. This application comes as the planned conclusion to a well-intended battle by the city of Las Vegas to protect the community surrounding Badlands. That battle was intended to ensure that the land would be developed properly in accordance with the city's ordinances and regulations. But the curious part is that this application goes against everything that the city fought so hard for. So why now would the city approve or even advocate for this plan?
I don't mean to interrupt you, but can you give us an idea of how long you're going to be speaking? We have other agenda items.
I mean, I would estimate probably about 10 minutes.
10 more minutes?
Probably.
I think if we could do 5 more minutes, we would appreciate it. You're welcome to submit anything that you want to add in addition. You're welcome to submit it to us to read.
Okay, all right, well, okay, so, well, as we stand here today in the moments before this council's decision, the people of Las Vegas, and specifically the residents of Queensridge, have an inalienable right to have their opinions heard and to voice their concerns and objections over this plan. But in the event this plan is approved, however, that right is significantly diminished, as to challenge this plan would require the filing of a lawsuit. And any such resident would be required to make a significant and difficult showing of standing to even pursue such an action. So given the limited time, I am going to kind of skip some very important parts of this, and move to the substance of the application. I think it's very important that it's made clear that the review process to date has already extinguished the spirits of the Queensridge residents. As Ms. Gronauer mentioned, the neighborhood meeting had over 200 people at it, and apparently I'm the only one here today. I've spoken to several residents who vigorously opposed this plan previously, who did not show up today because they feel this is a foregone conclusion. One went so far as to call this a freight train that can't be stopped. Worse, one resident wasn't planning on appearing today, but did so just so he could surrender his time to me if needed. And to add fuel to this fire, the media, either on its own or by influence of this city, has published countless articles, the headlines for which are clearly meant to suggest this plan is done. Today even, the Review Journal published an article called "Las Vegas Set to Approve Housing Development on Badlands Site." It's no surprise then that the people feel that they have no control, and frankly, this is wrong, and it's a subversion of the city's duties. Now, one critical aspect of this concerns the 35 acres on the northwest portion of the land. Ms. Groner actually showed several photos of this portion. This portion is unique in the sense that the city of Las Vegas owns that land outright due to the final order of condemnation. And why is that important? Because Title 19 requires that an application like this must be submitted by the landowner. And if not, it could be submitted by a contract purchaser, but even then there's requirements that must be met, which aren't present here. So the settlement term sheet that was approved by the City Council expressly states that it's not a contract. So Lennar couldn't be a contract purchaser, so even if the City of Las Vegas had signed the application, Lennar would not have the requisite interest to pursue this amendment. But even if they were, Title 19 requires that written agreement through which Lennar would have obtained its property interest contains the proposed general plan amendment, and that did not happen here. So in either scenario, the proposal with regard to at least that portion of the land specifically is improper. So there's an irrefutable fact that this plan represents a significant risk of harm to the surrounding community. The city can't dispute this, otherwise the city would not have spent tens of millions of dollars in years litigating against a far less damaging plan. Now, I say far less damaging, which may come as a surprise to some because Lennar has been presenting this as a saving grace. They have repeatedly emphasized that they're seeking to build only 1,480 homes when the previous plan proposed 3,080. While technically Lennar's statistics are correct, the way they're characterizing them is intended to mislead. And I can explain. So, I don't know if, can I show?
You have 1 more minute.
Okay. This is the land. Down here is where Lennar is planning on building the multifamily homes. And these are, I think, what Ms. Gronauer adequately called the fingers of the property. The problem is, well, yes, the previous plan called for 3,080 units. 3,020 of them were located down here. The remainder of the 184 acres contained only 60 lots. For example, this area right here, in between Orient Express and Winter Palace, contains 50 proposed lots. Under the previous plan, it was 5. So Lennar presents this as a less dense plan, claiming it's half as dense. However, it's actually 10 times as dense. Now, Lennar keeps harping on the fact that they are saving 98.8 acres of open space. I think this council is very aware of the definition of open space, given that the language appears to have been pursued by Ms.
Thank you
Seaman.
so much. I appreciate it.
Mayor, if I might have 15 quick seconds?
Yes,
Jeff Dorcas,
please.
City Attorney. Obviously, we appreciate Mr. Spalding coming down and offering public comment again like he did at the Planning Commission. I just wanted, for the board's sake, the City Council, to let them know that our office, with our land use attorneys, along with the Community Development Department, has gone through all of the application-related issues that Mr. Spalding raised at Planning Commission, and we feel comfortable with the way everything has been presented. The city is, in fact, under contract both with Lennar and a contract for settlement with the current owner of the property. And then the last thing, just to mention, and obviously we don't need to turn the microphone back over to him, but on his mention of the open meeting law with respect to the Planning Commission, we have vetted that particular point in terms of amount of time speaking in previous cases brought against us, including the most recent one was the LDS Temple item. So we feel comfortable with the way everything was handled in terms of presenting the item to you today for an up or down vote. And as Mr. Spalding pointed out, that's what you're here to do today. You are giving it your up or down vote based on a recommendation before you from Planning Commission and staff, but ultimately it's your independent decision today. Thank you, ma'am.
All right, thank you very much. Is there anybody else wishing to speak?
Yes, good afternoon, Mayor Berkeley, members of the City Council. My name is Jim Levitt, 704 South 9th Street. I'm with the law offices of Kermit L. Waters. And as many of you do know, we had the privilege of representing EHB companies, Johan Lowy and Vicky DeHart, in the litigation over the past 8 years involving the 250-acre Badlands property. I'll just point out 2 issues. First of all, the applications that are pending before you today are entirely consistent with the district court orders and the Nevada Supreme Court opinions that have been issued in those cases over the past 8 years. 5 Nevada district court judges and 3 Nevada Supreme Court opinions concluded, number 1, that this property has been zoned residential since at least 1981, meaning that everybody who purchased property in this area was on actual and constructive notice that the Badlands property would eventually be developed with residential units. Number 2, the courts held that that residential zoning gave any owner of this 250-acre Badlands property the legal right to develop it with residential units. And fourth and thirdly, the courts concluded that any argument made in opposition to that development was frivolous. Indeed, one of the arguments which you just heard today was that the master plan governed somehow the development of this property. That specific issue was presented to 5 different district court judges and to the Nevada Supreme Court, and all of them rejected that argument outright and held that the zoning governs the determination of how this property must be developed. And the application that is pending before you today is entirely consistent with that residential zoning. I'll mention one last point. During this entire long and arduous 8 years of litigation, there were countless pleadings that were submitted, countless evidentiary hearings. numerous exhibits, hundreds of exhibits, tens of thousands of pages of exhibits, and expert opinions. Ultimately, the conclusion that came from all of that was very clear. Any owner of this 250-acre Badlands property has the ability to develop somewhere between 2,800 and up to 3,300 residential units. The application that's pending before you today, as I stated, is consistent with every one of those legal rulings. And in fact, the Lennar application that's pending before you today, since it only asks for 1,480 units, is about 1/3 to 1/2 of what the owner has the ability to develop on this property. And for those reasons, we support this application. Again, as the owner of the property for the past 15 years, 15 plus years, the owner who's been involved in the litigation, we support this application. And just one final point that I will make to this body is we did submit with the city clerk a response to the arguments that have been presented in opposition, including the master plan argument, the open space argument, and how each of them have been addressed in the past litigation. And just to make sure it's part of the record, I'd like to submit that binder with that letter and those legal rulings which are attached to the binder.
Okay.
Thank you. And like Ms. Gronauer, I'm available to answer any questions that you might have about the litigation. Again, the applications are consistent with the outcome of that litigation.
Thank you, Mr. Levitt. Are there any questions or comments from any of the members of the council? Oh, yes, please, go ahead, Ms. Seaman.
Well, first of all, I just want to say I'm just grateful that we're here, all those months of negotiation, and, you know, we've come together in this far. And I want to thank Kemfer Curl Stephanie for addressing all the neighbors. I don't think you could have done a better job, so thank you.
No, we appreciate the efforts, and we appreciate coming together with the City of Las Vegas to find a resolution to, again, protracted and lengthy litigation, and this will bring an end to it.
Thank you. I think that was it.
Thank you very much.
I just, a couple things quickly just to address two things that I had forgot to mention. I know Mr. Spalding and I did talk after Planning Commission, so I did try to make an effort to address some of his concerns raised, and I appreciate the city attorney addressing those as well. We are under contract, and I don't know that he knew that. So obviously Lennar is under contract, and those applications were all issued and signed appropriately. Two other things just quickly that I had forgot to mention, which I think are really great things to address some of the neighbors' concerns, is we're not going to do streetlights on the private streets. I'm sorry I forgot to mention it, but that's a big deal to be compatible with Queensridge, so I did want to make sure I put that on the record. We don't want to be in any way encroach on their livelihood and the way they live today. So we're planning to, the documents allow for it, so I wanted to make sure that got on the record. And then also, there's a real possibility we will lose lots, and I had forgot to mention that as part of the drainage infrastructure and the plans that are, as part of the drainage infrastructure and the plans that are being made right now, it's anticipated we will go down in lots and units, not up. So I wanted to make sure that the council was aware of that as well. I'm happy to answer any questions. I really, really do appreciate your consideration. I know you've put a lot of time and energy into this with your staff, and we appreciate your consideration.
Thank you so much. Do any members of the council wish to say anything? Ms. Seaman, before you make your motion, I'd like to ask the city attorney something. Mr. City Attorney, I live in Queensridge. Do I need to disclose that before I vote?
Yes, ma'am, you kind of just did, but you can go ahead and officially disclose it, but you can vote, yeah.
All right. I live in Queensridge for the last 25 years. My address is 9709 Camden Hills Avenue, and I have been driving by that hole for many years now. Thank you very much. We appreciate your help. And Ms. Seaman, would you offer a motion?
With great pleasure, I move to approve. Would it be 54, do I do them separately or together? 54A, B, C, okay, D.
And D. That's it.
Am I done?
Yep.
Okay. Move to approve.
Move to approve?
Yes.
Madam
right.
Mayor, for Councilwoman, that is with
condition.
amended condition on item 54C, as well as amended condition on 54D.
With amended conditions on 54C and D. Perfect.
Thank you very much. Shall we vote? Please post. Motion is unanimously passed.
Thank you very much.
Thank you
Appreciate
very
it.
much.
Thank you.
Agenda item 55, set date on any appeals filed or required public hearings. I would instruct the city clerk to set the public hearing dates and appeals from the City Planning Commission meetings and dangerous buildings or nuisance litter abatements.
Will do, thank you.
Thank you very much. Agenda item number 56, citizens' participation. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the City Council. No subject may be acted upon by the City Council unless that subject is on the agenda and is scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, come to the podium, give your name for the record. The amount of discussion on any single subject, as well as the amount of time any single speaker is allowed, may be limited. We are limiting this to 2 minutes. This is your opportunity to address the council, but the council is not able to respond or engage in dialogue. Are there any members of the public that wish to speak under this portion of the agenda? Seeing none, I thank you, and we will... Oh, what's happening? Oh. All right, thank you. Please come up. Sorry, I didn't see you. Please state your name for the record.
Good afternoon. My name is James Allen, and I just want to say congratulations, Mayor Berkeley.
Thank you.
And congratulations to Ms. Armstrong. I am a native Nevadan, and I grew up in this town. My mom was a trailblazer, and she loved your work. She voted for you every time. May she rest in peace.
Amen.
I'm a young man that's determined. I got in trouble at a young age, and I made Nevada's history. So I'm in Nevada's history books. I'm in the archives. I was the first to receive the death penalty in this state when it was reinstated, 1978. I received the death penalty at a young age. I served my time. I was given a pardon by the late Governor Kenny Gwynn. May he rest in peace. He gave me an opportunity to come home. He said, if you go back to school while you're incarcerated and you get an education, I'm going to help you come home. You wasn't executed. You took a life, and you understand that. And I get emotional today, even today at this age of 65. I wrote a book. I came home, not my chair. I was given the death penalty, and I was supposed to have been executed on my 21st birthday. Didn't happen. Governor Miller, at the time, gave me a stay of execution. I wrote a book that's on Amazon right now, Not My Chair, James Allen Journey from Death Row to Freedom. I met a friend of yours and mine, Mr. Pat Hickey. He wrote a book, Here and After. He put me in the book. And I'm just going about my business today. Everybody that he wrote in this book, this book of Nevadans, people that live in this state, and I'm in this book. And ma'am, it's like a Fort Knox getting to you just to get your autograph. So I had to come and sit through one of these public meetings just to see if I can get your autograph with what you wrote about.
It would be my pleasure and my honor, Mr. Allen.
Yes, ma'am. I don't want to take up no more time.
If you don't mind waiting till after the meeting.
Thank you,
You've waited so long already.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
I apologize to the city
And thank you for sharing your extraordinary story with us. I appreciate it. The limit is 2 minutes. I've been watching you out in the audience for quite a while, so please give your name for the record and tell us why you're here.
My name is Eric Melchizedek Christ Nimrod. You can find me in Genesis, the 10th chapter, the 6th to the 10th verse. This is concerning, I'm presently at the courtyard. And this is a complaint that I made to Casey Casillas, the Vice President of Nevada Behavioral Health Systems. I was taken to UMC Hospital on January the 11th, and I had checked in my brand new cart into temporary storage that morning. I was let out of the hospital on January the 15th. The Nevada Behavioral Health System threw out my cart, brand new, threw out my cart without checking if I had been taken from the courtyard in an ambulance, which should be standard procedure since ambulances take people from the courtyard all times of the day and night, as do the coroner. I caught aspiration pneumonia. Nevada Behavioral Health System is throwing sick people's belongings into the trash, supposedly. When the person comes back, they have no belongings. As I did with my card. This is inconsiderate, not professional behavior, disrespectful, and a scam, because they're getting a lot of good stuff from people who go to the hospital. And they throw their stuff out, supposedly. I don't really think they do that. I don't think they throw it out.
How about this? I would like to put you in touch with Miss Newby, and she will sit down with you, have a conversation, and see what we could do to help. Would that work for you?
Okay, that works for me, yes, ma'am.
Here comes Miss Newby right now.
Okay.
All right, and thank you so much for coming to your city council.
Thank you for your time.
You're very welcome.
And you are doing a great job.
Thank you. Hello, come on up and give us your name, please.
Thank you very much. My name is Eric Calloway. I just moved here. I lived here about 10 years ago. Had to go because of some family trouble, and then I came back kind of on my quest to come against sex trafficking. And I sent all of the council, as well as yourself, an email about potentially starting an anti-sex trafficking coalition for this council. And I just wanted to hear your thoughts on that and let you know that I'm very interested in that. I'm working with some people involved in, very interested in coming against some of the organized crime that perpetrates those types of things. And, you know, the Castillo family is very interested in helping women get out of those situations, and some other families as well. I'm a Smith Kennedy, and you know, we're just trying to figure this out, you know, and this is where it starts. Vegas, you know, they call it Sin City. I think it should be a place where we discover, you know, how to reconnect with God, and, you know, efforts of self-control. And so that's what I'm hoping to inspire.
I was just asking my colleague what we could do to be of assistance.
There's some orgs in the city that work with victims of trafficking, so maybe, I don't know who's here
Yes.
that could put them in contact with some of the orgs.
Okay. If you leave your name and number, we'll have somebody contact you and see if there's anything we can't do to direct you.
To remove his hat.
Oh, it's okay.
Okay.
That we could send you to, that they can talk with you and see what is already available that you might not be aware of, and that you could work cooperatively with them.
Thank you.
All right, if you would give the city clerk is going to get your name and number. An email address, too. Okay. Is there anybody, never mind. Okay. Agenda item 57, council emerging issues. Discussion regarding potential items for future city council agendas or wards. Any discussion must be limited to whether or not such proposed items shall be placed on a future agenda, and no discussion regarding the substance of any proposed topic shall occur. No action shall be taken. Do any members of the council have any topics that they'd like to bring forward under this item? Okay, all right. Seeing none, I thank you very much. Our last agenda item, number 58, council member recognition. Comments made by individual city council members during this portion of the agenda will not be acted upon by the city council unless that subject is on the agenda and scheduled for action. Ms. Summers Armstrong, would you like to get us started?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So, on, where are my notes? Sorry. So on Ward 5 hosted on February 14th, we had 200 guests gathered at the Doolittle Community Center gym for a Valentine's Day luncheon, bingo, and dance. The event featured a performance by the Never Too Late Band and a special performance by me of the jazz standard Misty and my really terrible rendition of You Are the Sunshine of My Life by Stevie Wonder. Glad you all missed it.
I'd like to hear it again sometime. I bet he's very jealous.
I don't think so. There may be video, but it's probably not going to play. Okay. Also, on February the 8th, the Asian Community Development Council hosted the Inspiration Gala at the Lou Ruvo Center for Brain Health located here in Ward 5, and our own councilwoman, Alan Polinsky, was honored with the Trailblazer Award in front of a packed house for her unwavering dedication to public service and championing initiatives that uplift diverse voices. We have a couple of upcoming events. We have the Ward 5 Principals Roundtable. This event for the principals of public and charter schools in Ward 5 is going to be on Thursday, February 20th, which is tomorrow, from 4 to 6 p.m. at the historic West Side School at 330 West Washington Avenue. If you are a principal of a public or private school or a charter school in Ward 5, please RSVP as soon as possible to 702-229-6242. We want to have the voices of our principals heard. Finally, we have our Love on Jackson block party scheduled for February 22nd from noon to 4 p.m. at the historic West Side on Jackson Avenue between D and F. This event, hosted by the City of Las Vegas, will celebrate the vibrant history of Jackson Avenue. There will be activities for the children, live entertainment, and opportunities to meet local businesses and community organizations, learn about job training and employment opportunities. Please arrive early to enjoy complimentary local food options. For more information, call 702-229-6191. And if you would like more information on events, activities, classes, performances, sports, and happenings in Ward 5 and throughout the city, please reach out to 702-229-7529 or visit our website, lasvegasnevada.gov/events. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I'd like to echo what you said about Councilwoman Polensky. I thought she was a wonderful honoree,
Yes.
and I loved her speech.
Yes, beautiful.
Ms. Polensky.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. On February 7th, my staff and I attended the Living Well Expo in Sun City, Summerlin. Thank you, Mayor Berkeley, for attending and visiting with the seniors and to Sun City Summerlin Neighborhood Preparedness Team for hosting this great event, which provides helpful resources and information for our mutual residents. Thank you, Councilwoman Summer Armstrong, for covering the next slide. Appreciate it. The next one after that. Last Thursday, I had the honor of attending the memorial service for fallen North Las Vegas police officer Jason Roscoe. It was very moving to witness this outpouring of love and support for his family from our community. Our hearts go out to his young family with 2 young sons during this tremendously difficult time. Next, on Saturday, Councilwoman Bruni and I co-hosted our second Love for All pickleball tournament. Once again, the event was a huge success with all the time slots full of pickleballers who were eager to play. Hats off to Councilwoman Bruni, who came away with a victory and a trophy in our matchup. Do you know an amazing teacher that deserves recognition? We will be selecting 1 elementary, 1 middle school, and 1 high school from our ward to award our best teachers in Ward 4. This is a great opportunity to let your kids' teachers know how grateful you are for their hard work. The deadline for submission is March 20th. Next, experiencing higher than usual water bills. The City of Las Vegas, in partnership with the Las Vegas Valley Water District, is offering eligible homeowners for up to $7,500 in assistance through the DRIP program. Are you a resident of Las Vegas and over 60 years old and need help with your utility or sewer bills? Now, for a limited time through March 14th, eligible individuals can apply for the utility tax and sewer rebate program at one of the 6 Valley locations located on the slide. And next, do you have any information regarding the 9 missing children featured on this slide? If so, please call LVMPD's missing person detail at 702-828-3111. At risk or runaway youth, please know that there is a free bus ride home. Please call. And lastly, stay connected with my staff and I on social media platforms or contact us directly the old-fashioned way at 702-229-2524. We're always here to provide any assistance that we can. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mayor Pro Tem Knudsen?
Thank you very much, Mayor. I just wanted to let everyone know we have Art in the Park coming up. It's on May 10th. That's a little bit ways away, but we're trying to get some vendors and anybody who wants to participate. Please scan that code if you know how to, and let us know if you want to participate. It's May 10th from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. And this is National Library Lovers Month. We have 2 amazing libraries in Ward 1, the Charleston Library, which is on the CSN campus, and the Rainbow Library, right on the edge of your ward, I believe. So we can share in that, but it's mine. And reach out to me any way you like. I am always here. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Councilwoman Diaz.
Thank you, Mayor. Congratulations to Councilwoman Polensky for well-deserved recognition, and also happy birthday to her beautiful child, David, today. I hope he has an extra special double-digit birthday. Oh my gosh, almost near the teens. I'm going through the teens right now, so. And it keeps giving, right? In Ward 3, on Saturday, February 8th, in partnership with Get Outdoors Nevada at East Las Vegas Family Park, we held an awesome cleanup event, and we just want to thank all of the fabulous volunteers that joined us and made sure that we took care of our open spaces. It was a beautiful sunny day, and there were so many families that came out, as well as young volunteers, to just contribute a morning of service in Ward 3. Special volunteers were leaders and training members, Nevada Promise Scholarship recipients, and Las Vegas Academy Soul, who spent making sure that we remove micro trash from every inch of the park. So thank you so much for coming out. I want to give a huge congratulations to the 2024 Silver and Black Citywide Champions. Sunrise Acres Elementary School's flag football team went undefeated, 10-0 the entire season, and they were able to win the Las Vegas Raiders-sponsored championship game against Democracy Prep. Congratulations, Jaguar, and a little known fact is I went to Sunrise Acres as a child, so it's extra special that my elementary school alma mater went out there and got the championship. Woo! Valentine's Day, we popped up through different senior community centers in Ward 3 just to give and spread extra cheer and love to our fabulous seniors. I want to thank our special events team, Christy Garnis and her staff, for putting together all of the amazing goodies that were dropped off. And I just want you to know that we're still offering assistance through the sewer rebate program that Councilwoman Polinsky pointed out, and also our care coordination program. So if you want more information about these essential services, call 702-229-1200. The mayor and I were able to stop by Sayulita's ribbon cutting on Saturday, February 15th. And so we were able to welcome Tia Guerrero, who has worked very hard over the last year to make this special Filipino-infused Mexican restaurant a reality. We applaud her vision, dedication, and passion for bringing our community together through yummy food. Stop by and patronize them. They're famous for gigantic burritos, 616 East Carson Avenue, Suite 120. This is not a favorite of some downtown residents, but I wanted to put it on our radar. The Rock and Roll Marathon is coming back this weekend. Just wanted you to be aware, plan ahead, take a look at their map. There will be road closures as a result. On Saturday, February 22nd, runners participating in the 5K event will run a course in downtown Las Vegas. And on Sunday, February 23rd, half marathon and 10K runners will start and end their respective races on the Strip with brief routes into downtown Las Vegas. So if you need more information, go to runrockandroll.com. You're invited to join me in Get Outdoors Nevada for a tree planting at Stewart Place Park on Saturday, March 1st from 9 a.m. Sign up at getoutdoorsnevada.org. Can't make it? We're also teaming up on April 18th from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. for a Healing Garden Maintenance Day and planning as well. We're going to skip the next one because Councilman Polinsky did an eloquent job going over that drip repair program, and I just know that all of us are thinking about our tax preparation for this season. Wanted to put on your radar that the Mexican consul's offices are offering assistance through VITA and AARP volunteers. So if you made less than $67,000 last year, they can file your taxes for free. So make sure you go to snap a picture of that QR code to schedule yourself an appointment. And also you can go to our East Las Vegas Community Center, Doolittle Active Adult Center, and the Leeburn Active Adult Center, or call 702-987-4625 for more information. And as usual, my office is here to answer any questions you may have about Ward 3 happenings. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Oh, you're very welcome. I love this part of the agenda because I'm always impressed by what the city council members are doing in their wards, and I would say without fear of contradiction, I imagine that their constituents are very happy with the service that they receive. So thank you all for representing our city so well. And with that, the February 19th City Council meeting is adjourned. Kill me now.